Took a little bit longer than we thought.
Are we recording? Yes. Okay.
So we are finally going to start our Community Board 3 SLA committee meeting for the month of July. Thank you all for attending. There's a few people here in person and we have people on the Zoom. So there's a few guidelines just before we get started. One, the meeting is being recorded. This is a hybrid meeting, so as you can see, we're all here in person. Some members of the public and applicants are here, and the rest of you are on Zoom. So we do follow parliamentary procedures. So you will be recognized by the chair to speak. The chat should be only used for technical issues, and the chat goes to the host only, so you can't be chatting amongst yourselves. The chair will announce when each item is up for comment from the public. Please use your raise hand function in Zoom to speak on that agenda item. Of course, if you're here in the audience, we will call on you. When we do call on the speakers, you will have a maximum of 2 minutes to speak. If you're part of a group, please select one speaker to represent your group. We will note the number of attendees that are supporting or opposing your item. And we do reserve the right to adjust the agenda as needed. So because this is my first meeting as chair, Clint Smeltzer, some of you probably recognize me. I was on the SLA committee for several years. I'm back. We also have a few new members tonight. We have Michael Lavario is joining the SLA committee. Yes. And the rest, we have Jamie Felber to my left, Amanda, David Crane, and then Sarah Bachu is at the end. And on that note, we're going to get started. We'll start with the approval of last month's minutes. Does anyone on the committee have any objection or changes to the June minutes? Seeing none, we will approve as submitted. And I think we are going to take a few items out of order tonight. Oh, sorry. Yes, I just introduced everyone, but I didn't actually take attendance. So I will do a roll call vote, starting with Sarah Bachu.
Present.
David Crane.
Present.
Jamie Felber.
Here.
Amanda Liu.
Yes.
Michael Lavario. Present. Thon. I'm not sure what's his name. The new Thon. Then I'm not sure how to pronounce her. She's not here. Ton. And Nagumi. Naima. I'm sorry, I'm mauling your names. And Jesse Beck. Absolutely. Okay. Now we are going to move into our items on the agenda this evening. I think we're going to take a couple items out of order just because these ones should be quick. I think we're going to do item number 3, which is Lolo Restaurant, 27 Avenue B. We're going to try that one first. And I think item number 7, which is Allentown Trading Company at 205 Christie Street. I'm sorry, CK 139 at 139 Christie Street. We're going to take those 2 first, and then we'll just go in order with the rest of the items. Is the applicant for Lolo Ristorante at 27th Avenue B here? If you are, please raise your hand in the Zoom chat. If everyone could please lower your hands for the moment, and then we will start with the applicants. Thank you. Mike tells the yes. And I think Boris.
Is that it?
Good evening, everyone.
So we promoted Boris I know Boris not the applicant. Sharif Martin. Is Sharif part of your group as the applicant or member of the public? Okay. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to give a quick summary introduction of the item. Then we're going to give the applicant a chance to add in any information that I missed or that is in addition to what we have. We'll then give the public a chance to comment. The committee will then have a chance to question the applicant, and we'll discuss and move to a resolution. So this item is for Lolo Restaurant LLC. They're seeking a full on-premises license for
What?
location at 27 Avenue B between East 2nd Street and East 3rd Street. They're proposing a capacity of 74 people with 23 tables and 46 seats. In a bar that has an unspecified number of seats. The Italian food prepared in a full kitchen, serving food during all hours of operation. 2 televisions, recorded music at background levels only. And that is the gist of this application. It's fairly simple. This license was previously Solo Pizza with a beer and wine license for about 11 or 12 years. I think that's all I have for a summary. Do you have anything as the applicant to add to what I said?
Yes. So we'll be replacing Solo Pizza, which had a wine license. They were more of a pizza place. We're a full-service Italian restaurant. There are 14 on premises within 500 feet. One of them is an Italian restaurant, 5 are bars, 3 are restaurants with bar menus, 4 other restaurants, Plato, which has some Italian food, lots of meat and seafood, and Il Posto, which is Italian. We will have a very limited drink menu. We're not and will never be a bar or a place where people go to drink a lot. We close at midnight and would stipulate to never ask for later hours. We're looking for a full liquor, mainly to serve aperitifs like Sambuca and Anisette, which many people, including myself, have at the end of a meal. It's an Italian tradition. Loris will speak a little more about his drinks and their menu of drinks. Loris has experience, which he'll also talk about. His manager has 15 years of experience in the business, mostly at numero 28 on 2nd Avenue, so it's the Lower East Side. All of his employees will be experienced. We did submit 47 signatures of support from our immediate area. So in conclusion, we're a full service Italian, only one within 500 feet. The neighbors are supporting us, as evidenced by the petition. The owners or managers will always be on site in case of any problems. The manager has over 15 years of experience on the Lower East Side. They're willing to sign a stipulation to never ask for later hours, just as they're a restaurant. Premise was a pizza place before, so we believe there'll be less foot traffic due to us having sit-down meals instead of fast food. To the low volume of music, we don't believe we'll be adding any to the noise level. And the addition of a full liquor license to our offerings will give our clients the full experience of having a real Italian meal. Loris will go through his vision of the alcohol service and the experience him and his managers have. Loris?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Loris Autovino, and I'm the owner of Lolo Ristorante with Stefano Vergolini. Just to add quickly on what Michael said about our experience, I personally also have 4 years experience in as a waiter and bartender in New York City. I work in 3 different restaurant bars from 2014 to 2018. And so our restaurant, we really want to bring like the authentic Italian restaurant. As many of you know, aperitivos are very popular in Italy, and mainly we're serving like Aperol spritz or drinks with the Campari based, and they serve with prosciutto, mozzarella, little bruschettas, and this is normally like around like 7 p.m. That's a tradition we have. And also we want to bring to the table traditional farm herbal and fruit digestive that is always part of the our meal, like as Michael said, like limoncello, meloncello, liquorello, sambuca. I personally have a lot of friends that produce this in Italy, and it's a culture for us to go through the entire meal. And the main goal is not to get the customers drunk, but it's just really to understand our tradition. And these aperitifs are served like in one little like shot glass, and you need to taste it. It's not like a shot you need to drink. So we really want to give the full experience of Italian dining, and we're gonna have like pizzas combined with a certain type of artisanal beers. And also we're gonna suggest like a glass of wine or a type of aperitif to drink with the respective plate of pasta or bruschetta or cotoletta. So we really want to bring whatever we have in Italy, just copy and paste the same concept here.
Okay. I think on that, we'll go to, I do think we do have some members of the public here to speak. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand and we will call you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start with, I see Sharona Hirsch. Sharona, I think you're muted. If you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I was just taking care of that. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Sharona. I live on at 8th Avenue B, which is between East Houston and East 2nd Street. And the block that Solo Pizza was in and this applicant is in the next block and across the street from me. So one of the things that has happened historically on that block is the corner of East 3rd Street has been historically a really awful corner with lots of noise complaints and complaints about traffic. One of those actors that was there has now been granted the go-ahead to have a license at 17th Avenue B, which is right at East 2nd Street, diagonally across the street from me, and even though they historically had a problem with 311 and with the police as well. On that block, the one thing that I have to state, which everybody on the board knows, that licenses stays with the premises, which is why this actor could be granted the license at 17th Avenue B. And the former residents there had a beer and wine license for an entire year before they were granted a full license. And when they came to me and said, please write a note that we are good actors, I didn't say give them a full license because I'm leery of that because there's so many around in the saturated area. But I did say that there was somebody on the premises all the time. And in the entire year, I knew of no complaints against them and wrote a letter for them. On their block, that block, there are 9 businesses, 4 of which have full licenses, including the 17th Avenue B, 2 of which have beer and wine licenses, including the premises that the applicant is applying for. I understand that the construction on that block, that there's construction going on now, will be someplace that will be applying for some kind of liquor license. And so out of 9 stores, there are 4 licenses, potentially 3 beer and wine or 1, 2 beer and wine, and this applicant getting the full license, plus a smoke shop that sells marijuana and 1 vacant store. Across the street, there is Mama's Bar and Harry Lemon, which have full licenses. On the other side of me, across East Houston, on the corner, there is a bar, a restaurant that is very noisy and has outside shed. And 1 block down, there's another restaurant. And the noise level is excruciating, or getting to be that way, especially post-pandemic, as far as foot traffic to and from those restaurants. My fear is a full license is immediately granted to this space, that I hope these people will have a wonderful, successful restaurant. But if that does not happen, the license stays with the premises. And the majority of everything that's surrounding me, and I haven't even mentioned the side streets, is beers, is licenses, and 1 smoke shop. So even if these people are good actors, and I hope they have a successful restaurant, that may not happen. And then the license stays with the premises. And we're surrounded. This is already a saturated area, and I don't know what the benefit to the community is specifically to grant a new full license.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharona. Okay, and I think there were a few other hands up to speak to this application. Is it Sharif? Sharif Bashir? You want to go ahead and unmute yourself and speak, please?
Yes, you heard me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharif, the owner of Fawzi Cafe. I'm here in same location for 20 years. I hope so. I upgrade my license for hard liquor. I respect the block. I respect my community. I know the rule. I want to upgrade the food and drink. A lot of people ask for martini. I lose a lot of business. I'm struggling, and I need my community help.
So, excuse me a second. Are you speaking for or against item number 2, which was Rolo Pizza, 27 Avenue B?
No, it's not me. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. You had your hand up. I thought you wanted to speak to that item.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll call on you later.
Sure. I apologize. Sorry about that.
So, Laura Sewell, we're going to promote you now again.
Hi, is my volume okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Loris, welcome to the neighborhood. We're very happy to see that the storefront having another business in it, and another Italian restaurant. The one thing that I will say, and I think you're hearing a little bit from the neighbors who spoke, and I know I had other neighbors express the same concern to me, is just that this particular block has, it has a history of there's a lot of boozy brunches, there's a lot of noise complaints from the neighbors, there's a lot of music that gets played outside. It's a very, very lively block as it is. There are some, full-on bars right there. So I know that I've seen you, I've walked by and seen you guys working on the place, and that's great. But I don't know how much time you've spent just around the neighborhood on the weekends when it gets a little wild and crazy. We definitely have, this scene that happens below Houston just naturally migrates up B, and it really is causing problems for our neighbors. So, it's well known to the community board. It's well known, I think, to the SLA, in fact. So I really wish we could convince you somehow. I appreciate wanting to have an Aperol spritz. I'm all for that. I mean, Aperol's only like 11% alcohol, so I know many beer and wine establishments just go ahead and serve them. But I wish we could convince you to just come in for a beer and wine for a period of time, just to see how it goes, if it's going to work for you. You mentioned Il Posto Accanto. They were in the neighborhood 20 years before they even asked for a liquor license. So I'm sharing that with you. I'm sharing the community's concerns. I appreciate the type of establishment you want to run. And, we absolutely would welcome that. But it is a tough area and a bit of a proving ground. So, I would just ask you and the committee to consider that when making this decision.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other hands up? Michelle Brilliant. Okay, Michelle, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself. I think you've been promoted.
Got it. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can.
I'm gonna just basically make what I want to say short and sweet. The other, ladies have spoken very eloquently about what the consistent problem is in this neighborhood. It's not just Avenue B, it is 3rd Street. We have Joey Bats that's going to open his place. I love an Italian restaurant, and I'm hoping that the owners can find some flexibility, like the woman who just spoke before me, where maybe try the beer and wine. Let's see how that goes. And then, maybe a full liquor license. I don't know. I know this neighborhood, and there are so many bars already that have full liquor licenses literally in that block. And it is just getting louder and louder and louder. And it's not very healthy for the people who do live in this neighborhood. And that's it. I agree with what both the women said. And, I hope that you guys can, that we can find some flexibility in this, because who doesn't love an Italian restaurant?
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Do we have anyone else? Okay, I think Salvatore Barone, we're going to promote you now.
Hi, I'm sorry. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, how are you? Yeah, I think I'm just going to echo what was just said. I think what's happening on Avenue B is just not very close to what this community is about. Between Poco's and Mama's, which I've called the cops on multiple times, it is becoming Bourbon Street. That's what Avenue B stands for now, Bourbon Street. And it feels like a party town. It's bringing in a lot of young kids partying on the street. The music is absurd coming from these places. They have speakers outside blasting it at full level. And I do worry about Joey Bats, which is right in the corner of where I live. That stretch is really, really bad. So these new places coming in, I think we have to put some sort of ground or rules in place where speakers can't be put on the outside, people can't be hanging out outside, and things like that.
Okay, is that it? Do you have anything else to say? Sorry.
Nope, that's it. My main concern is noise and speakers and music.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other members of the public? Okay, so seeing none, I think we can move to the committee. Susan actually has her hands up. I think Susan would like to
I just
speak.
wanted to give the status of that block as far as the office is concerned. So there are 4 bad actors, not 4 licenses, but 4 specifically bad actors on that block where I have the police there all the time. I'm not going to call out to the individuals, but they've all been there quite a while. And so I just wanted to give that status. It is a problem for the residents. I've had other businesses, for instance, the tea store and another business even around the corner. The stacks of the block. They did have an open restaurant, open street, and they were so bad that DOT actually took the open street away from them, which is the only time I've ever heard of it. So it's a problem.
Okay. Amanda has her hand up first, I think.
I just have a question. I'm cheating because I can see the resolution here, but want to hear if there is any outdoor seating or any windows or open sort of facade. And or if there is outdoor seating, are there speakers as part of the establishment and part of the building?
Speakers are totally illegal. Okay.
Should I respond? Yeah. So
Sure.
yeah. So the previous space, Solo Pizza, already had an outdoor seating that we granted, and as of now, the has been used by our neighbor, and because it was a shared outdoor seating, and if one of the main concerns of the neighbors is music and the neighborhood being more loud, it is not a problem for us to remove the speakers outside. Our goal is not to blast music inside to run parties. I really want to bring my culture here. I don't want to throw parties in my restaurant as well. And if, you know, I'm pretty sure it's not doable, but I could sign an amendment saying I only need Aperol Spritz and Campari, and that's it. My goal is not selling like a hard liquor, and but I have to say, when I have not just me, I would say like a typical Italian, when we eat and we have a coffee, and after you can have a limoncello, is really like you living an empty space in your experience. And like as I said before, this is not our goal. Our goal is really like to bring our like crafts here and not like throw party in the space and make more noise in the neighborhood. And also my business partner, Stefano, is gonna be there 24/7, and he has a former career as a police officer, and they take very seriously alcohol in Italy, and he passed all his life basically like stopping cars and taking away license from drunk people, and he has also like a bar in Italy, and we don't sell alcohol to people that are drunk already. So this is definitely not our goal, and our goal is just to have our full menu. And for us, like Aperol Spritz and Campari is really essential, including all these little aperitif. And I don't know if it's doable.
About having Aperol Spritz or Campari, unfortunately, we can't stipulate on a license that it can be a specific type of alcohol. It's just a general full liquor license. So that would be lovely if we had that power, or even the state had that power. But thank you. I think Dave, I'm gonna go with David. The closing hours are midnight. Midnight everything.
Does
Jamie?
are you opposed to beer and wine for a year? Would you accept that?
Sorry, can you repeat one more time?
Everybody who spoke asked for you to have a beer and wine license for the first year. Do you have a problem with that? Are you opposed to that? Or if you are not, we can just move on.
Like I would say it's also like a logistic issue. Like we're setting up all the bar based on, you know, the space, the drinks we're going to put, and the type of glasses we want, the orders. Yes, definitely we can wait 1 year and do it. I think it will really take away a lot from like our vision of our menu, and I can share our menu. And it's really for us like matching every dish we have with something. Like really, we have every pizza, and we're gonna match each pizza with like artisanal like beer that it comes from a specific region. For example, we have a beer from Northern East region, Bolzano, with the spec pizza, and it's really like a lot of work behind. And as well with aperitivo, and really like an aperitivo without Aperol Spritz, we might not have the aperitivo, and you know we're gonna cut out a lot of stuff from our menu, and you know it's not ideal, but if that's the only way, we'll accept it. But it definitely is gonna affect our like menu. And
a couple other, I think Michael had his hand up, or Sarah had her hand up.
I saw in the application that the stipulation of not having wait lines outside and a security person to manage waits wasn't checked off. Is that something that you can commit to for your stipulations?
Was that adding a security person outside?
No, I think she said you didn't have it checked off on your application. So she was questioning if you were planning on having security or wait lines.
No. But could I just add something in? We understand about the concerns of the neighbors, so did Loris. I brought all that up to him, knowing what the block is like. And that's one of the reasons he wants to close at 12 and would stipulate to never coming back to the community board for later hours. He doesn't want the people that are drinking all night coming into his restaurant afterwards, or even at 12:30, 1 o'clock when they're drunk. He just wants his customers to come by, have an Italian meal and some very light alcohol, as from what he said. Nobody's coming in and having shots. Not that kind of place. It's just for the aperitifs. Nobody's going to be really drinking in there. We understand, you know, if we go out of business, there's a liquor license there, but that's why we're also agreeing to stipulate that we would never come back for later hours than midnight. If we did leave, that would, you know, somebody else came by for a liquor license, that's going to be a stipulation that's on that place already.
Susan?
Yeah, I just want to be really honest, though. Been working with Michael for years, and I wouldn't want it to be otherwise. There's no guarantee that if you come back in a year, that you'll get a full liquor, even if the committee votes on it, the full board might not. And, you know, I understand everyone's saying that that might be a good way, a good pathway, but I mean, we have to be honest and say there's no guarantee.
So,
You know, even if the committee says it's in your favor, particularly because of the hours, which is what I would imagine would be the most important thing. I mean, we still have to say, you know, that we can't guarantee how people will.
so before we go any further into the discussion, I think I heard you say that you would be willing to try for a year with just beer and wine. Am I correct in that, Loris? Or?
I mean, I said if that would be the only way, yes. But as I mentioned, it's gonna like change a lot our like vision and idea of whatever we want to. There's gonna be like a big gap in our like experience and what we want to bring to the table. To be honest with you.
Does anyone else have any questions? If not, why don't we go ahead and just take a straw poll and see what people on the committee feel as far as beer, wine, full liquor. Yeah, I guess I'll pick one. Who feels that we should ask them to do beer and wine at least to begin? Kind of, yes.
Besides this, but otherwise, it's a midnight clearly.
So I'm going to preempt, or I'm going to give this with a caveat that if this was any other location, even if it was only a beer and wine previously, I think I would have a lot less of an issue with this. But this is becoming one of the worst blocks now in East Village. I actually used to live on the second floor above your space. So my closet smelled like garlic from Solo Pizza. So I'm very familiar with the area. And it's become worse since I even moved away. I live a block away now, but it's having every single storefront on a block license. I think that's starting to become a bad precedent to set. That being said, you're offering a 12 o'clock closing. I do think you are going to be a legitimate restaurant. I don't think, it doesn't appear that you're going to try to have, you're not going to bait and switch and end up being a bar. You want to make a legitimate Italian restaurant. But I just think, the space next to you, East Point, has huge crowds in the evening. You can't walk down the street. You have to cross the street sometimes because it's so crowded. I know you're not contributing that, but it's just adding another license to that space is very concerning to me. But that being said, it seems like
It's such an early closing.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't see, if they were coming and saying 2 a.m., I would say you're gonna contribute to that challenge, even if you're just having some sort of go, but it's so early, like, I guess how does that play into, I'm not as familiar as you are with the area, how does that play into that issue?
it's still just adding crowds on the street all night. Whether it's late at night or in the evening, it's just.
But it's obviously a restaurant, it's not a bar, so like what crowds will be outside?
And it's a restaurant that's gonna probably have the same number of people coming in with beer and wine as with alcohol, as with full liquor.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. I don't think having an Aperol is gonna make people less likely to go there.
And I agree with you. I think the only thing that just keeps in the back of my mind is that license sticks with the location. If they go out, we have another full liquor license.
Sorry, carry on.
No, that's,
I don't think it's fair for us to presume the failure of a business when we're discussing about opening one. We're talking about the future license.
no, fine. I was done. I agree, but yeah,
So what's the stated public benefit? There are a lot of licenses. So the public benefit is, it's an Italian restaurant?
It's authentic.
That's what I heard.
Matt, I'll speak to that. We are a full service Italian restaurant. There's only one other one within 500 feet. The neighbors are supporting us as evidenced by the petition. We had 47 signatures from the immediate area. The owners and managers will always be on site in case of any problems. The manager has 15 years of experience on the Lower East Side. He'll be teaching Lorastat and any of the other employees. We're willing to sign a stipulation to never ask for later hours. We're closing at midnight. By the time we close, a lot of the people coming to that block are coming after we close. People come out late because they're staying out till 4 a.m. or whatever hours. The premise was a pizza place before, so there was a lot more foot traffic then.
What's the public benefit? I take it there
I'm
is
giving you the
none?
public benefits as the SLA defines them. So the premise was a pizza place before, so we believe there'll be a lot less foot traffic due to us having sit-down meals instead of fast food. Due to the low volume of music, we don't believe we'll add anything to the noise level. We're closing at midnight. Most people young are coming out at midnight to go to that block. That's one of the reasons we want to close. And the addition to a full liquor license to our offerings will give our clients, and mainly it's going to be people in the area, the full experience of having a real Italian meal. They won't have to go down to Little Italy or someone else. They can go in their own neighborhood. This is not a bar. Nobody's going to be doing tequila shots here. The people that are coming are going to come anyway. We want to give them a full experience. We're closing before most people are coming out to that block. We understand what goes on at a block. I talked to Loris about it, and he knows. He understands too.
To add to it, sorry, if you also look at the footprint.
wrap this up and move, unless you have anything new to add, Loris?
No, just I'm saying, if I can share with you like the plan of the space, we dedicate 50% to the kitchen, the other 49% to the floor, maybe 40 and 10% to the bar is very minimal in the space. So it's
and one question I actually do have for you, and just in regards to your bar, that's actually going to be a seated bar around the counter, correct?
yeah, it's like
7
seats.
feet.
We cut out one today, but okay, 6. Yeah.
6 seats? Okay, that was what was missing in the application.
Amanda, I'm updating. Oh, you're updating the additions. Oh, amazing.
Thank you. So I think Susan, and then we're gonna move this on.
So just to speak, there's, it's supposed to show public benefit to get the license for the Italian restaurant right around the corner on 2nd Street. There's actually 2 very good Italian restaurants. So I really don't think we can say, an Italian restaurant there. It's public benefit.
I agree.
We're not. I think.
Yep. Okay, I think unless hearing no other discussion, I think we're gonna go ahead and call this to a vote. So we're voting on,
You have a motion you can share. So
Well,
Sorry.
yes.
Okay.
that's what I was thinking. So now that it's on screen, this motion would be, we would recommend denial of the application for a full on-premise liquor license for Lolo LLC for the premises located at 27 Avenue B, New York, New York, unless the applicant agrees to the following signed, notarized, and stipulations that it will operate as a full-service restaurant with Italian food prepared in a full kitchen, served during all hours of operation. Its hours of operation will be opening no later than 5 p.m. on all days and closing by 11 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday and by 12 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. It will close all outdoor dining allowed under the temporary restaurant program and any other subsequent uses by 10 p.m. all days and not have any speakers or TV monitors. It will close any front and rear facade. Now, are you modifying that at a closed fixed facade? Are you adding any opening windows or anything at the front?
Loris?
No.
In your renovations, Boris or Michael, are you changing the front facade to have any open windows, or it was previously a closed fixed facade except for the doors?
Yeah, we're gonna have sliding windows.
You are, so you change, okay. So we'll close any front or rear doors and windows at 10 p.m. every night or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live musical performances. It will play ambient background music only, consisting of recorded music, and will not have live music DJs promoted events, scheduled performances, or any event which a cover fee will be charged. It will not apply for any alteration in its method of operation or for any physical alterations without first appearing before Community Board 3. Will not host pub crawls. It will not have unlimited drink specials with food. It will not have happy hours until, oh no, it will have happy hours until 8 p.m. It will ensure there are no wait lines outside and will designate an employee for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds outside. It will conspicuously post a stipulation beside its liquor license inside the business, and it will provide a telephone number for all residents to call with complaints and immediately address any residents' complaints.
Nice question. Is the speakers and TVs, is that extra inside, right?
That's for inside. Now, you did say, I think you mentioned that you would remove the speakers from the outdoor space.
Yes.
Those as they stand at the moment are illegal, so that's not really an option. You're not allowed to have speakers on your outdoor dining structures. And the one other thing I think we missed, this is a slightly, we did have, it would not host pub crawls, party buses, or boozy brunches is something that we usually ask for, which just wasn't, I didn't list that on that. So I'm assuming you're not planning on having boozy brunches?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll add that
We're not having boozy dinners either.
in. Okay, so committee, everything's okay with that from the applicant side?
Yep. Fine.
Okay.
We are gonna have 2 small TVs inside, but there'll be no TVs outside. They're gonna be mainly cooking shows.
You designate, no, I think on the application it was no. Oh, did it say 2 small TVs?
It's a TV.
We shouldn't put no TVs outside because then it's illegal, but also what we have to add here is the stipulation about never asking for later hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
If they sell the assets of the corporation.
So you just work that as they will never request an extension to its hours.
To extend the hours, that's what they said.
Yes, so you agree to that you will never ask for an extension of your hours past 11 during the week and 12 o'clock on the weekend.
And
Correct.
stipulation of the business is like.
Okay. At this point, we will move to a vote. And this is on recommending for denial unless the stipulations are agreed to for full liquor license. Sarah,
Yes.
David Crane,
No.
Jamie Felber,
Yes.
Amanda Lou,
Yes.
Michael Lavario. Yes. Brent Smeltzer. No. Jesse Beck. Vaughn. And Rami. That being said, the motion carries. We will send the stipulations, the office will send the stipulations out to you, Michael, you know the process, and
Yes.
to get that back to the community board. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The stipulation is also
Yes, Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah's.
I'm sitting here because those are my resolutions, so I.
Yeah.
It's just not being reflected.
It's, yeah, Amanda's not changing on the screen,
Yeah.
because Sarah's doing stipulations. So.
Could you read what it says just because of the stipulation of some of this?
Very open. So I added the stipulation, they will never request an extension of hours past 11 PM on weekdays and 12 AM on weekends.
So we're forgetting the stipulation, forgot the stipulation, that if they sell the business, there will be a stipulation for the sale.
How should I word that?
Okay, this is a thing we've never done before, but they offered it. Michael, do you want to give us what proper language for that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you want to give us a proper language for the stipulation that if the business is sold, that there'll be a stipulation regarding the hours?
Yes.
Can you give us language for that for the stipulation?
You want me to give you the language?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. The applicant agrees not to come back to the community board for later hours than the Sunday, the 11 PM closing agreed to on Sunday through Thursday, and the 12 AM agreed to on Friday and Saturday.
And what about if the business is sold?
Sale of assets.
Okay. You want us to agree not to sell our assets to anyone else?
No.
You
It's-
offer.
If we did an asset sale, under the current SLA guidelines, the people buying our assets would have earlier closing hours than they would get if they didn't buy our assets, because they'd qualify for a midnight.
Just add to what I already have, that will never request an extension of hours past 11 PM on weekdays and 12 AM on weekends, even if there is a sale of assets.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you. The office will be sending this out to you, Michael, and get it back to us. And thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Okay, so I think we're gonna go ahead and move on to number 7, which was CK 139 Inc. Is the applicant here for CK 139 Inc. at 139 Kristen Street?
Hi, good evening.
Hello, are you here for the applicant are you the applicant for 139 Kristen Street?
Actually, I work with Bob Romano, who's the counsel
Okay.
for 139. Donald Wynn, who you just also let on, he is the actual applicant.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Hello.
So I'm gonna give a quick summary of this application, and then I'll give you a chance to add anything or make any changes. CK 139, doing business as the Boyle, is seeking a full on-premise liquor license at the premises located at 139 Kristen Street. They are applying for 8 tables, 19 seats, 1 L-shaped bar with 8 seats. There's a full kitchen with food being prepared during all hours. There will be no TVs. Music will be a streaming service playlist played at background level. This location has been operating as the Boyle since September 2012. This appears to be a transfer of assets from, my impression is that you were part of the previous corporation and you are now doing a sale of assets to your own corporation. Am I correct in that?
Actually, no. Donald was actually one of the original partners from 2012, as you suggested. So his previous partner actually left because business hasn't been the same. So he's kind of basically he's taking on the whole thing. So it's really the same person. And, since you want to start new, he's just starting up it's a new corporation with him as 100% instead of, the previous, actually previously, we also applied for a corporate change where, the old 50% partner left and Donald is now currently the 100% owner of the old corporate stock. So he asked us to transfer it from him to him.
So it sounds like it's restructuring.
So is that basically it, the restructuring of the corporation?
The restructuring the corporation, and he's trying to, he's trying to find a new business model. The old one, the boil has been great, so we'd have to restructure and try to, I think he's going to renovate a little and perhaps to try some new concepts. But it's the same concept: kitchen, full kitchen. It's a restaurant, not a bar. We may switch around some of the food menus, but in essence, it's basically the same owner. Okay, but we went through the whole process. But since this is separate, a new tax ID, we have to go through the full process, which we did. And we still have support of the community. So we have 30 signatures on of the people around there. So I think, I don't believe there have been any complaints. People who've been there know that there has always been security there. That the neighborhood's not exactly top of the line, but I think the restaurant there adds to the public safety perspective. In terms of normally there's not much traffic there, and once there's a restaurant, you have the 133 next door. Also, it certainly brings some foot traffic there, which hopefully will detract from the people who are hanging out at the park across the street.
So can you just, I guess, quickly summarize or give me the bullet points of, is he actually changing anything in the method of operation, or is it essentially just the corporate structure that's changing?
Donald?
Well, the boil was good for 10 years, but I think because of what happened with the pandemic, the price point is kind of high. So the neighbors kind of like spoke to me on like maybe restructuring something cheaper or more accessible, like in terms of pricing. So I'm going to change it to more like a Shanghai dim sum late night instead of what they usually offer dim sum in the morning.
So you're just changing the menu essentially, right?
Yes, I'm essentially just changing the menu. Everything's the same. I'm not trying to do anything changes there.
Yes. So and the name is staying the same. Are you keeping it?
Oh no, it's not going to be the boil. It's going to be a different name.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just thinking about that. That's why, I know the trade name is still on the application because it has, because they haven't officially changed anything. So, but once that happens, you'll be notified, and obviously.
If I could just say, next time if you're doing something like this, it could probably be done without coming to the meeting.
Yeah.
If there's no complaints, it's the same restaurant. We do that all the time.
And if you're keeping the same stipulations, I want to ask one question. On your application, you were asking for 4 a.m. Your previous stipulations and your license with the SLA is at 2 a.m.
Yeah, we just want flexibility. We just want the flexibility of the hours, so I don't have to like come back and ask for it. I mean, dim sum can like go to the late hours. The neighbors like they want food around it, and they don't want it. It's not the old Chinatown. You can't get food anywhere around it. I mean, it's like after 9 o'clock, it's ghost town, and people don't feel safe walking around.
After seven in Chinatown, right, frankly.
So you are asking for an extension of the hours from 2 to 4.
Yes.
All the stipulations can remain same.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone here from the public that wanted to speak on this item? See, Deborah, we're going to promote you. Hi, Deborah, you're promoted. You can go ahead and speak. Oh, hi, Deborah.
Hi. Yeah, hi. I guess I just had a couple of questions. I thank you for noting that there was a requested change in the hours from 2 to 4, and I just, I want to get a sense of why you feel that that's necessary. I also want to comment on the neighborhood is filled with actual people that live here. I know that you described it as not top of the line, but it's a community. So I just needed to put that out there. I also was curious, there was an outdoor space there. Is that space still there?
No, I broke that down.
Okay. I guess those are my two biggest questions, because my concern that came up, and it's different because you're already an established restaurant, you've already had a license, but looking at the number of pending licenses along Christie Street, along the Bowery, along Eldridge, and the number of existing licenses is starting to it's already a concern for people that live here and people that work here. So I just needed to put that out into the space, that I'm worried that we're going to run into the same sort of situation that our neighbors have in Hell Square, because there's a number of storefronts on this particular block of Christie Street. I believe there are 3 bars already on the block. So I just needed to name that. And I guess I'm wondering how you will have security.
Yes, I've been on the block for 10 years. I have had no complaints, no 311 calls.
No,
I have security.
Mm-hmm.
I light up the block, I make it safer. My security not only looks out for my own establishment, he looks out for the whole neighborhood.
And
like, if neighbors have issues, he'll go over to that spot to take care of it,
Okay. I guess the 4 o'clock thing is still a question for me, why it needs to be extended on 7 days.
I just wanted the flexibility of the 4 a.m. because currently I have 2 a.m., but just wanted the flexibility of it. People want dim sum. It's, like dim sum starts, it's something that starts at all hours. I just want to bring it out to people to have available food at late night.
Love dim sum.
And there are also other restaurants, Dim Sum Palace, that have similar modes of operation.
In this neighborhood?
Well, there's a one on Division Street, Dim Sum Palace, and then there's some Dim Sum Palace on, I believe, 1st or 2nd Avenue. I apologize, I don't know the exact location. They're not, it's totally unrelated to us, but they are also operating on the late hours with delivery and stuff like that for dim sum. And I believe they have full liquor.
Okay, well, thank you.
And in terms of my comment on the neighborhood, it's more I was thinking about the park across the street, Sarah D. Roosevelt. That's
I know it well.
Yeah.
I know
So,
it
and I live in the neighborhood too, myself. So I'm quite familiar, and I understand totally what you mean. Again, the restaurant's been there 10 years, same owner. We're not changing anything other than having Donald. He's going to focus now, instead of having another partner to deal with. He's going to focus on it on his 100%. So I don't.
Well, thank you for letting me. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other members of the public. Committee members, I think we've already kind of had a chance to question him. Does anyone else have any other questions for the applicant?
I just want to confirm one thing.
Carrie Webster says she's
Okay, I thought I
How
saw.
long?
sorry.
No, how long have you been with the company? Original partner for 10 years?
Yes, I'm the original partner for 10 years. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead and we promoted you.
Hi, thank you. I do want to say I am the president of the Sarah Roosevelt Park Community Coalition, so I'm very aware of the park and what goes on in the park. I don't think a 4 a.m. closing makes any sense in this neighborhood. As I'm sure you know, that's when the hour when the young woman was murdered, a block and a half from where you are. We have a very dangerous situation that we're still really working hard to try to change. I'm not sure why a 4 a.m. Closing has to happen, because usually that means people are they've been out drinking, and I don't think that, I wouldn't want that in this, to expose people to that stuff. And you may have security outside, but I don't think they're going to follow them home. So I would really, really like you to consider that it sounds like it's a great establishment. And I agree, having activation on that street is helpful, but 4 a.m. not so much. So I would love for you to reconsider that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any members of the public? Being none. So after you've heard the two people speak, would you consider staying with 2 a.m.?
I just really want the flexibility. I don't want to like go back to this again. I just feel like this dim sum will work because it's already proven with the other dim sum spots that people want dim sum that late. They want it. They want it like the after hour. They want they want to go to have a restaurant available to them after they go out partying or drinking. They want food. We don't have that on Mott Street. We don't have that on Bayer anymore. We don't have those restaurants, and I just want something on Christie to offer them.
Okay. Okay, committee, any other questions? At this point, I think we will move to the resolution. Okay. So that being said, we're going to move to our making of a resolution. The resolution as we have it is Community Board 3 recommends denial of this application for a full on-premise liquor license for CK 139 Incorporated for the premises located at 139 Christie Street, unless the applicant agrees to the following signed notarized stipulations. It will operate. Okay, so this is, I think, what we need to change. What type are you is it going to be a dim sum restaurant? You will operate as a dim sum restaurant?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay. It will operate as a dim sum restaurant, opening no later than 4 p.m. and closing by 4 a.m. all days. It will close all outdoor dining allowed under the temporary restaurants program and any other outdoor uses by 10 p.m. all days, not have any speakers or TV monitors. It will close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. or any night when the amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, live and non-musical performances. It will play ambient background music only consisting of recorded music. It will not have live music, DJs, promoted events, scheduled performances, or any event in which a cover fee will be charged. It will not apply for alteration in its method of operation or any physical operations without first appearing before Community Board 3. It will not host pub crawls or party buses. It will not have unlimited drink specials with food. It will not have happy hours. It will ensure there are no wait lines outside and will designate an employee to ensure no loitering noise for crowds. It will conspicuously post the stipulation beside its liquor license, and it will provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints and immediately address all residents' complaints.
Yes.
Is there a change to the language? We seek to do so.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's not in the.
Well, yeah, Sarah is actually doing the stipulation, so you're not seeing that change on the screen, but we did make that change to dim sum.
I did not, I did them for mine.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
I don't know who did this one.
That's fine, I got it.
Okay.
It's taken care of.
Yeah.
Should have conference call. Let me call you back.
Yeah. Okay, so that being said, we're going to move to a vote. Sarah Batcher. David Crane.
Yes.
JB Felder.
Yes.
Amanda Liu.
Yes.
Michael Barrio. Yes. Clint Smeltzer. Yes. Jesse Beck. McGowan. And Tom. Okay. The motion passes. So the office will send you out the stipulations forms. You'll have to sign with instructions to return to the office. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Susan.
Okay, so we are going to move back to the order. So we will be going with number 2, which was 49 Monroe Street, Dark Horse Concepts LLC. In this case, we actually have the applicant here. You're the applicant, correct? We have the applicant here in the office, so he will not be on Zoom. You can see him in the community board camera. I'm going to give a quick summary. So Dark Horse Concepts LLC is seeking an upgrade to an on-premise liquor license. Premises located at 49 Monroe Street. It's an application for a tavern with a capacity of 74 people, 8 tables and 24 seats, with a 21-foot bar that has 8 seats, less than a full-service kitchen serving food during all hours of operation. Hours of operation will be 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. all days, live music and recorded televisions, and recorded music at background level only. There are 2 full on-premise liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location you were approved for your beer and wine, correct? The SLA map still shows that it's pending. I was just clarifying that it was approved.
Yeah.
So the location currently had a beer and wine license, and the location was previously licensed for full liquor from 2017 to 2019. This applicant has never held a full on-premise liquor license, and we received 11 emails in opposition to this application from members of the community. They have 14 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. So now we'll let the applicant speak. Is there anything I would need to correct or?
No, we had petitions here, but there are.
Within 2 blocks.
Oh, it's Frank on the screen.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Frank. Oh, sorry, Frank, we're promoting you now.
Frank.
Hi, Frank.
Thank you for letting me in, guys.
Okay. Okay, so I gave a quick summary. Is there anything that needs to be changed, corrected?
No, I think you were in the middle of your summary, Clint. I may have interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Did
you finish?
Unless I missed something.
Not a big deal with this, but there was a discrepancy.
I think there was a discrepancy. You were saying something about petition signatures?
Yeah, we have 40.
But were they all within, I went through and counted within 2 blocks, so. Okay. That's fine, that's so is there anything else, Frank, or the applicant that you?
Can my clients hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Steve, you're there. Is Shmulik there too?
Yes, sir.
You want to describe to them your interactions with the community, with the neighbors?
Sure. Yeah, basically, planning the project from the beginning. It's a very large space, very beloved restaurant. Absolutely upstairs. Just not really.
I can't hear my own clients. I'm sorry.
Actually,
Yes, yeah, unfortunately.
So
those are the mics, yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to talk through our get a mic. This will be fine for now.
Right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, go for it. Yeah, from the very beginning of this project, it was literally about providing a community space. And, the entire idea is just finishing, just coming into COVID, everyone was feeling very insulated, except all weird spaces and talking. We just wanted to have a place where people could gather and still feel safe. It was a large space, so we're doing social distancing within it. To this day, if you look at it's 23
Maybe you can be closer to the mic because you're breaking up every other word.
It's the microphone.
Yeah.
It looks like I can also say it.
I know, but I couldn't hear anything. Talk into it and see what happens.
Testing.
No, it's not on.
Stand.
Yeah. They're speaking very low. It's better.
Oh, okay.
Forget.
I will stop mumbling. Yeah, so literally community, that's the benefit, that's what we're trying to provide, a large safe space. If you look at the number of seats to the square footage, it's still very open, very loungy atmosphere, it's upscale. Just going to have an inclusive environment where people can come relax, have a good cocktail, and have some food and just hang, speak about art, read, people work all day long. There's a lot of people that have been working from there, especially again since COVID, we're working from home now. It's large enough you kind of can make a little corner and set up their office. A lot of people will work there during the day, drinking coffee, and then sit to a beer. We've just been really missing not just a lot of revenue, because it is a very large space from those cocktails and other offerings, but there's just a lot of people that end up leaving specifically to go to Bongs or wherever it may be. So that want to stay there because they like the environment there, but we just don't have the flavors. So.
Are you having motorcycle meetups?
Occasionally there.
Okay, that's a pretty big thing to leave out. So we've had one experience, so I'm gonna say, we've had one experience with a place that motorcycle meetups. It was on 2nd Street and First Avenue. 6 days a week. It's a wonderful place. They have meetups every Tuesday. I sent that back to an article.
By the line spoken. Mine's right here.
Can you guys not hear me, Frank? Can you hear me?
I don't think they did it, yeah.
I don't think anyone can hear you if you're not right under the mic.
Yeah.
I couldn't even hear my quiet.
We've had one experience on it. Now this is picking up there for some reason.
I think.
If you speak from here, they'll hear.
No, it wasn't that feedback. Okay. So we had one experience with motorcycles. It was residential areas are not appropriate for motorcycle meetups. I sent Clint an article I found. It was a problem for a couple of years, once a day, once a week. They come from all over. They're generally not New York City residents. They come from all over. They don't understand about New Yorkers living right upstairs. They hang out on their motorcycles and room. You have 150, between 20 and 150 at 4 a.m. leaving, and it is 4 a.m. Well, what
Are
is?
you sure it was at 4 a.m.?
No, those were at 4, but your hour, what are your hours?
2 a.m.
2 a.m. Okay, so the other place actually closed at 12, but it was people, having between 20 and 150. So this person actually was interviewed for an article just recently and talked about how he had so much problems with the community board and police that he's now moved to an area where there's no residents, which is fine. A restaurant or a bar in a residential area, it's normal, it's what people use. Getting a bunch of motorcycles in a residential area just does not.
You understand that, I wasn't responsible.
You have to be very close to Mike.
Go back. I very much understand exactly where you're coming from. And there's responsibility to our neighbors, there's responsibility across the board. It's their motorcycles. That location is underneath the train tracks and is excruciatingly loud. Our chandeliers shake from the train alone. And I'm not by any means disregarding your concern, because I agree. I ride a loud motorcycle. I still get upset when I hear a bunch of motors revving. That's insensitive, it's nonsensical, and you don't need it. But just like any community, people meet up and hang out, and I don't think it should be something that's happening all the time, or even once a week would seem like too much. But you know, if it was once a month, if it was a monthly thing and it was during the day or something along those lines, I would be willing to do whatever.
But I'm going to say from our experience, if there are people living within 2 blocks.
Okay.
It's very loud.
Right.
And the people that come for motorcycle meetups, they're about motorcycles. That's what they're about. That's their thing. And they do sit out and go, run, run, run. That's what they do. That's aside from when they're leaving all at 2 o'clock or whatever, you know. It's just not a whole bunch of motorcycles, particularly when they're all leaving around the same time.
Yeah.
It's just not appropriate for residential area.
Understood.
David?
So how would you describe the sound system and the soundproofing?
Soundproofing, thus far, we've put quite a bit of soundproofing behind. We have large. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. But for everyone else that hasn't.
Steve, I can't represent you if I can't understand you.
Okay. Sorry.
Not that I understand that many of my clients, but I understand you right now. I understood Susan when she mimicked a motorcycle. That was clear.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, we've got sound paneling that's existing. We've got some on the ceiling. Specifically, there's no one above us in the back of the space. So it's predominantly in the front, and then the rest is to reduce echo. We've got large faux windows that I cut out of the stucco by hand. And they're treated with large, decibel reducing theater curtain, and then sound panels hidden behind those. So we've done quite a bit already and willing to do whatever else we would need to. There's also carpets and couches and lots of things that are absorbent of the sound. It is a large space, so that echo and that noise and keeping our neighbors happy and supporting us is critical to us. So.
Did you say earlier that it would be background level music?
Yeah.
But the sound equipment is substantial.
That came from an LA location that it's up to me. I don't like where I can't even hear speaking of this the volume. That's not the intent to blast it or anything. It's just wherever you're sitting in the space, you can hear it. So.
You had live music in the past. You're planning on doing live music as well. So there's to be live music and there's to be DJs.
Yeah.
And that sound system, there's nothing like a sound limitation on that system.
Okay.
I haven't seen that kind of a DJ setup since the days of clubs in the 90s.
Okay. We're by no means intending to be a club at all.
So you checked off on your application that you would not have DJs.
We would not.
Yeah. So your application said you would not have DJs, but you would have live music and third-party promoted events. But you checked off I would not have DJs or any event in which a cover is charged or scheduled performances.
DJs, in the way we're trying to say it, is more like somebody playing vinyl records, not a DJ like club by any means. Like that's not the environment we're curating whatsoever. It's more like curated playlists on Spotify, but just from vinyl. We've got several friends that are collectors and play all over the world, if not just New York. So that's the
Consider
intent.
putting into that system sound limitations so that it actually.
Absolutely.
You're not
Sound
playing
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Sound limiters and working and commit to work with the qualified sound engineer.
Absolutely.
To make sure
Yeah.
that no one in the surrounding apartments can hear.
Yeah, absolutely.
We talked about the train as well. I'll say that when I'm in your establishment, I never hear the train.
Yeah.
I know it's there. I hear it outside.
Yeah.
Inside, I do not.
It's a very thick wall building. The chandeliers do shake a little bit when it goes by. But we are, we've got 18-inch thick brick walls throughout the place. So it is pretty encapsulated already. And between the residents on sides as well. And when that door is closed, you really can't hear anything from outside.
How many nights a week do you plan to have live music and how many bands a night or?
It would be more along Yeah, that's all right.
No.
Really a Friday night, Saturday night thing, end it at an early, decent time. Again, not trying to have a club by any means.
What does the live music comprise? Is it acoustic? Is it full amplified rock band?
Or more singer-songwriter. My partners, the House of Machines, their original locations in Cape Town. Top business bars down there, like most popular bars down there. They've since opened other places, like they are world-class operators. I started the place initially as Full Tank Moto Cafe. I don't have the pockets they do by any means. And they have had at those locations music programs that kind of highlight local musicians and acoustic and just something to bring to the ambiance or singer-songwriter or spoken word or whatever it could be, as it, it's embracing our community, as highlighting members of our community, and in some cases kind of launching careers even, but nothing that we in no means want to detract from the sanctity of our neighborhood. We just want to offer something that's not currently there.
Isn't there a punk band there just recently for the opening?
I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. I can't hear you, David.
I was asking whether instead of a singer-songwriter, there were a punk band there recently on opening night. So we want to work right in live music consisting of singer-songwriters or, two instruments with no drums, that sort of thing. So I'm just saying, a punk band
is not
saying singer-songwriter isn't really representing what just happened.
Sure, the event, here comes turn, so they can hear. That event specifically was called the Lightning Bolt. It is a global traveling motorcycle build show that we had we hosted it on Grand and rented out the place. And these are world-class builders. There's a $20,000 cash prize. And that evening, on brand with that event, there was a band, that was a punk band that was booked for that event. That was a local anomaly. That was the event that travels and it goes throughout the world to different places, the Golden Bolt. So
Well, it's not under the nature of events that happen in this space. So they're going to be, that doesn't sound like, that really sounds like nightclub or promoted space.
Okay, and that's
this was starting to sound like to me.
Sure, and like I said, that was a singular event that was kind of, I believe it was really an attempt to, from my partners, because they're also associated with that event, to kind of highlight the opening of the new space. And I agree that that's not the direction that we're trying.
There's a possibility of us writing into the STIPS language to prevent that exact type of thing. I mean, that is what I would, yeah.
Sure. So you also stated you would have promoted events. What type of promoted, I mean, you're just describing one that was promoted by your partners, but what type of third-party promoted events are you envisioning?
In my mind, not much. I would like it to be any events that we really had.
Wait, guy, I'm sorry. Can I interrupt? I apologize. Clint, he's indicating there's no third-party promoted events on the application.
I mean, I'm sorry, maybe there's an updated the application I have. Yep, it does say, it has checked off, I will not have DJs.
Right.
It says, I will have live music and third-party events, and then no event with a cover charge or no scheduled performances, and then not more than 5 or 6 private parties a year. But it does have live music and third-party events not checked off.
Yeah, Steve, we're not doing outside promoters, right? We're doing self-promotion.
Yeah.
So we'll stick to that, Clint. We'll stick.
So,
how was this?
But you are having DJs, right? So yes. You had checked off, you would not have DJs, but you're going to have DJs and you're going to have live music. So that's a yes. Okay.
I do.
Thank you, Amanda. I'm looking at it though.
Jamie?
How
how essential to your business model is like this. Reason I bring it up is because, as Clint said, there were 11 letters of rejection, most of which centered around that. So I imagine that the community might be fine with what they're doing for the most part, if that isn't an element.
Actually, I think there are some people here to speak to this. So maybe we'll let some members of the public speak and then we'll go back to the community discussion. So just raise your hand. I know. Raise your hands if you're here to speak to this item. Okay, so. Okay, we promoted Jenny Yu. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. Hi, everybody. This is, my name is Jenny. I'm with the residents of Two Bridges. I also live in Knickerbocker Village, right across the street from what was formerly known as Full Tank Moto, but now known as the House of Machines. We're very alarmed by the change of mode in operation from what was a cafe closing at midnight every day to now a live music venue wanting to open until 2 a.m. daily. Feels like sort of a bait and switch to the community. And we're all kind of uneased by it. Saying that it's loud already because of the train tracks is actually very insulting. I live across the street from the train, and last week I was woken up at 3 a.m. By just people at the skate park across the street having a party. So I really can't imagine what it's going to be like when loud motorcycles come rolling in at 2 a.m. Like, it's going to wake up the dead. The House of Machines has already become kind of a nuisance in the neighborhood with their motorcycle gatherings and the outdoor seating occupying the sidewalk and the loud groups in the evening. We sent in some photographs of the storefront, and there's literally residential buildings right flanking each side. There's one right at ground level, an apartment right at ground level next to them. And they have locations. They're being branded as a music venue where motorcycle enthusiasts meet and drink, and they have locations in, of course, South Africa and of course China, if you look at their websites. But all those locations are all in downtown commercial industrial areas. None of them are in quiet residential neighborhoods with people like living right next door, above, or across the street. And if you check out their website, the animation on the website is of a house party, which really tells you a lot about the kind of atmosphere and space that the brand is about or will become if allowed. This establishment also never reached out to neighborhood groups. Their application came up in June, and they only withdrew their application after we had reached out to request the meeting. They never contacted the residents in the adjacent building because we actually did canvassing recently, and nobody in the adjacent building knew about this upgrade. And they were also very concerned, including the neighbor that lives on the ground floor right next to them. And during our meeting with the operators, we voiced our concerns about the crowd, about traffic management. We asked questions about soundproofing, if there was going to be a food served, how noise would be managed, how crowds and parking and motorcycles would be managed outside. And there wasn't really any concrete information that was given to us. And still, the response was just that they were still trying to figure things out. So not giving us a whole ton of confidence right there. Until this day, we still haven't received any information or plans about how any of those issues that we had asked about were going to be addressed. So, as residents, we have become tired of operators like the House of Machines trying to capitalize on the exoticism of the area. And this is not an amusement park. It's not a warehouse district or a commercial district. People live and work here. Families are raised here. And it's just simply isn't an appropriate block to have a music venue that attracts loud vehicles at all hours of the night. So we're respectfully requesting a 12 a.m. closing on all nights. We also submitted petitions to the committee, 87 residents living within 2 block radius that oppose the late night hours as well. So hopefully the committee can review and.
Okay, Jenny, if you could kind of just start wrapping it up. We have a couple other people that need to speak to.
Okay, not a problem. I'm done actually. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Okay, Christine, I think we're promoting you. If you want to go ahead and unmute yourself. Christina, I'm sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry, thanks. Yeah, so my name is Christina Zhang. I live in Knickerbocker Village like Jenny, and I'm just very concerned also about like, you know, the change in concept. They originally asked for a 4 a.m. closing time, and they, you know, are now saying 2 a.m. But I still think, you know, that's not acceptable for this neighborhood, especially, you know, if they're bringing in like the motorcycle crowd, like, you know, like Susan said, they're very noisy, and the train, like noise from the train, that's not going to cover that. And I'm just like, you know, concerned that this whole concept is like a bait and switch, and it's going to turn into a club. And, you know, just to echo what Jenny said, you know, we met with the general manager. We asked like questions about like, you know, the soundproofing, like we got no concrete answer. You know, what kind of security protocols will they have in case, you know, patrons are congregating outside? They have no answer. What, you know, protocols will they have if there's traffic from like car services and motorcycles? Like, again, no concrete answers. We asked like how many, you know, speakers they're planning to set up inside. And again, no concrete answer. So it just seems like they're just like very unprepared. And as like a resident who's lived in this community in this neighborhood for almost 30 years, I want to ask the community board to support the residents who live here. You know, they should be closing, you know, maybe like 12 a.m. every night. And if more restaurants and bars open in the future, and there are, you know, many empty storefronts in this neighborhood, we don't want to set a precedent of 2 a.m. closing times. And last thing I want to mention is, you know, they should also be closing all exterior windows and outside dining by like, you know, like a reasonable hour, like, you know, like 9 p.m., 10 p.m. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, do we have anyone else? Pete Chapman, I'm going to promote you.
Howdy, guys. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Ricky Chapman. I live a couple blocks away. I actually go to the House of Machines fairly often, probably, you know, at least once a week. I like the space. I like the concept. A lot of the guys that have worked there have become friends in different capacities. And in a general sense, I support the idea of them being able to expand their menu and also potentially the timing. I think the thing that I want to sort of bring up or speak to is it's just felt very confusing in terms of like what's actually happening, like who's running what. Like one thing, for example, you know, the menu right now has like a grilled cheese, which is actually a very good grilled cheese, and like some hummus. But for months and months, there's been talk about like a full menu or a more extended menu. Steve actually, when they first opened, he designed a great menu, a lot of options. And to be honest, I think a lot of the issues and the confusion come from there's this foreign ownership and they have a lot of say in what does happen or doesn't happen. And so the local operators aren't really able to like enact effective soundproofing, because the effective soundproofing, anybody I know that's worked there, they support better soundproofing. They want to see it happen, but they don't have the freedom to just say, we're going to spend this money, we're going to do this thing. So I guess my feeling is I don't have a problem with certain elements of the extension and the addition of you know, alcohol and that kind of thing. But if they're able to actually make good on the promises that they've had, would require the local management being given, like being empowered by the foreign owners. And I think that's where I'm kind of like happy to see it grow. Like I said, I go there at least once a week and have had great times there. Like I'm not at all opposed to it. But I think part of the issue, you know, like Steve was talking about, people come in, they don't have liquor and they leave. Another reason people leave is they come in and there's like supposed to be food and there's kind of no food. So they're like, well, I guess I'm not going to stay. You know, and they've been very welcoming to bring food in from other places. But I think
if you want to give a couple of people, Ricky, so if you do want to start wrapping it up, that's fine.
Sure. So yeah, I mean, all that to say, I would just love to see more clarity and maybe like a full expression of what they currently have, like the menu, the things like filled out where it feels like the community can be there, maybe before the activation of something additional. If that was a stipulation, like we want to see these things are actually happening, and then this could be activated in the future.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
Next, we have Abby. We've promoted you. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hello, all. I would like to just expound on what both Ricky and Jenny have said, and if I may say that I also go to the bar, which is downstairs from my apartment. I go there for coffee. I have friends meet me there. I go there and have a glass of wine. I've played pool there with my friends. I am friendly with both of the operators, although I don't know actually who is operating now. I see Steve and Shmulik there. So, and I would like to second what Ricky is saying, which is part of the problem with this place. And I would like to see them get a liquor license. I want them to succeed. I think it's a beautiful space and it has a lot of potential. The brand itself, I don't find anything wrong with it, although there has been some kind of disconnect between the broad brand story of rock and roll and motorcycles and like what's happening downstairs. So in my mind, if their plan was always to build another outpost of this global brand, then one would assume that they would have endeavored to put soundproofing in at the outset, knowing that they wanted to have bands and live music. But to then have this absentee foreign body running it and then constantly asking the local guys, well, what's your plan for soundproofing? And they all say, well, we can't do anything about it because we don't write the checks. So the problem here is the guys that are running it are great. The place is great itself, but it's like they're powerless to make the changes that are needed in order to get the license in order to be successful. And I feel bad for the guys because, you know, they should be allowed to grow as an establishment in a way and form their business, but they do need to do some things. And so live music and DJs is just like, it's way too much. It's a brick concrete space. I know it because I used to operate a restaurant there myself. And it's not just below me. It comes out of the back of the building, goes up the shaft. And if we could just put some stipulations in on the times that they want to do that, I would be, you know, that would be appreciated. But I'm all for them expanding their business and trying to make it right in the neighborhood. It's just they have to come to the table with some true stipulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are very good points. Thank you, Abby. Next, we have Christine. We're going to promote you. Go ahead and unmute yourself. So Christine, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, it took me a second to figure it out. Hi. I'm a resident also of Knickerbocker, and I don't know if everyone there is familiar with the neighborhood here, but Knickerbocker is a huge, huge complex that faces towards this restaurant, bar, whatever it is. And this is a place where families live, and everyone that lives here is getting up in the morning and going to work. There are people that are getting up and taking their children to school in the morning. It's longtime residents, and the noise disruption is just going to be incredible if they're open till 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. With motorcycles, people standing outside, talking, drinking, smoking. I walk by there frequently in the evening, and I've already seen patrons on the sidewalk, like to the left and to the right of the establishment, kind of hanging out in front of the other apartment buildings that flank the establishment, and they're drinking beer, either like a pint glass or a beer bottle, and smoking, talking, vaping, whatever. And it's like, they already have shown that they cannot control the patrons. If people are taking alcohol out of the restaurant and onto the sidewalks, what I'm seeing is that we can't really rely on these people. They haven't been forthcoming with a lot of information. And the hours are just too late. They've also asked for outside seating, as far as I understand. And that's just going to create a lot of noise with people coming in and out, people talking, if they're sitting outside. If any kind of proposal does go through for the outdoor seating, I'd like to propose that they have to close it early. I was recently at the Seaport, and I saw that Jeremy's Ale House, which has been in business since I think 1974, they closed their outdoor space at 9 or 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday night. And that's a really successful business area where people live and have businesses kind of in the same area. And yeah, so I think, like people have just talked about earlier about late hours, the noise is excruciating. The motorcycles are just going to add to it. 2 a.m. is way too late for this neighborhood. And yeah, that's all I have. Thank you for listening.
All right, 2 minutes, Christine, you're good. Next, we have, I think, Ms. Carey. Ms. Carey?
Hi, yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Carrie, and I also live in this neighborhood. And I just want to say that currently, in the middle of the night, there's already a lot of motorcycle noise that will wake people up already without even the restaurant bar opening. And during the weekend, there's always like parties at the skate park, and that also wakes up like people in the middle of the night. The train, yes, it has like, it makes a lot of noise, but when it has parties on top of that, it's not going to help people have good night's sleep. And there's one more thing I want to emphasize is that this is a naturally occurring senior center community. There's a lot of seniors that live in this neighborhood. So I don't know if that's gonna like do any good for this neighborhood. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I think there was a couple other people. Yep, Trevor, we're going to promote you. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to add a couple of things. I'll be brief. Just first, it's a bit upsetting to hear people talking about neighborhoods, especially those are working class or have a lot of poverty. People don't realize that noise is a pollution. So if the same person said the areas are already filthy, we're just going to add more trash, we would see that as insulting also. So talking about extra noise in a certain community is just a bit insulting. I'm just going to say that. The other issue is the bands, the live music, and the closing times. Putting a live band in a spot like this, and I'd asked this question before, how many live band places do we have? It's just not appropriate. If the committee sees that this is a means for the operator to continue to make profit or whatever, then to put strict hours on that. It was also interesting to hear folks talk about management and how this place is not managed because they don't have enough money or whatever the management issues are. It's just interesting to hear that and wonder whether this place is even ready to operate a venue of this size and capacity. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Trevor. Next, we have Michelle. Michelle Kaminer. Kaminer?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, hi. So I'm probably going to be the odd man out here. I live right around the corner from House of Machines. I am a mom as well. I have 2 kids. They go to two of the local public schools. I live literally under the Manhattan Bridge. I mean, I've been in the Lower East Side for a while, so maybe I'm sort of have accepted the noise and whatnot of our city and of our area as part of the area and part of the lifestyle and whatnot. I personally love this space, and I think it's a really great community spot, and it is open early in the day, and it's just a really great spot for people to go in and have a cup of coffee and sit and do some work, and there's nothing like that. And I also think that I hear what you guys are saying about the motorcycle noise and all that. First of all, there's the bridge noise, which is, you know, constant. And I know someone did mention that and saying like, well, yes, there's the bridge noise, and this is just, you know, just in addition to it, but it literally is under the bridge that makes noise all the time. So, and the motorcycle guys are pretty, they're a nice community. They're not out to bother anybody. They're gathering there, and there's nothing like this in the neighborhood. And I think it's going to be an interesting addition to the neighborhood. And we are part of the Lower East Side. So I'm all for it. And I guess that's all I have to say. And my kids have been there too, and they like it. I mean, obviously earlier in the day, but it just has I think it has a cool vibe and a good vibe. And it's, you know, I say welcome to the neighborhood. So those are my thoughts, and I'm rooting for them, and I think they could be really great.
Thank you very much, Michelle.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have one more person. It is Julie Shapiro. Okay, Julie, go ahead. You're still, there you go.
Hello, I'm sorry, my computer was slow. I also live in Knickerbocker. Knickerbocker has 1,590 apartments. The House of Machines has set itself in the midst of tenements filled with families and Knickerbocker Village. I face Monroe Street. We already have severe noise pollution from the many bars that have opened up in the last few years. We are awakened all night long by the young customers coming down to our street as if we are a Walt Disney theme park and enjoying themselves down here all night long. I would like them to be denied the 2 a.m. closing. I feel it's totally inappropriate. And I would also like them to be denied live music. Live music is appropriate for a concert hall, not for a tenement, and certainly not for this area. We've had live music before in other venues down here, and I hear every musical note emanating from those places. I have one more point. Monroe Street is filled with empty storefronts, and you can be sure every bar owner in creation has their eye on this street. I would not like to start the precedent of our peace and quiet being disturbed, and I would like to see a 12 midnight closing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, that's it for the public member or community member, sorry. Okay, now, after all of that, committee members. Give it a second. Jacob.
To raise theirs again.
Yeah, it's Jeff.
Okay. This is the last one. Jeffrey, is that it? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Jeffrey.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. I'm raising my hand.
Yes, go ahead and speak. We promoted you.
Oh,
Can you hear
yeah,
me?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm raising my hand for yes.
Go ahead and speak.
Jeffrey, can you hear us?
Jeff, we're asking for you to speak on behalf of the place and our application.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry. I hear you. I was on mute. I apologize. Yeah, absolutely. I believe that the place should have a liquor license. If this is a no-brainer. I mean, for the community itself and for the area, I think this is a positive. I mean, they've been throwing events. It's been lively. It's been fun. It's been new people coming in. It stimulates the area, and I'm even surprised that this is even going as long as it is. I think it's very important for our area, especially with the amount around the corner. There's, how many bars and restaurants that have liquor licenses and are throwing huge events and everything. I think this is all great for our community. So yes, I am wholeheartedly for voting for the pass of the liquor license.
Yeah, where do you live?
12 Monroe Street, the Knickerbocker Village.
Okay. Anything else, Jeff?
No, that's it for me. Thank you so much. I appreciate you hearing me out.
Sure. Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone have any specific questions about the application at the moment? Okay.
Can you explain full tank versus house of machine, how one got from one to the other, and who is in charge of this? Yeah. Some people have very strong opinions. Yeah, you want to sit down?
I'll stand up. About 3 years ago, I initially personally started Full Tank Moto Cafe. It was actually half motorcycle shop, 2/3 motorcycle shop in the back, and a small cafe in the front. We had a full menu, sandwiches, soups, all that sort of thing. It took a very long time for me to basically get enough money together to get it going to begin with. I did the entire build out myself. I could not survive long enough on my savings and what I built to get the liquor license. I couldn't pay rent on. And I met the owners of the House of Machines, and our visions were pretty aligned, and we met through mutual friends, and we came up with a partnership. It switched to just cafe, just bar and cafe. All the motorcycles are gone, sadly for me. I have a shop 2 doors down. That's where all the bikes are. And there's definitely some pertinent opinions here in us being tied, my hands being tied. Schmolk is our daily operator, and his hands have been pretty tied. And the big issue has been we've been paying so much money, over $10,000 a month in rent alone, much less staff, and operating at a net loss, that my main investor has basically said, no, I'm going to make these decisions. No, I'm not putting any more money out until the liquor license is in place, so that we can actually begin driving the sales that we really need to support based on the business model, realistically. And it's kind of created this catch-22 issue. As soon as it's in place, we know we have it, more funds come back in, you know, but we've been in a little bit of a standstill. And based on the information I'm getting from the community, I'm glad that they're seeing it and that this is being recorded, because I can talk to them about it, and show that it is the community that needs it. And that's basically it.
The challenge for us is that it really should be the other way around.
Sure.
You should be a good actor that's
Yeah.
implementing these measures in order to get the liquor license. And so I think, and I know I understand the tough position you're in, but I think also like your investor needs to know that's not the directionality of these things. And I don't know how you make that case. That's obviously up to you.
Yeah.
But I think that's like where we're kind of stuck, is like we understand that there's this relationship there, and it's great that your community likes your business and understands that challenge, but I think your investor has it backwards.
Right. No, I understand. And I'm hoping that this talk will be what I need to make that point.
To that recording.
Add on to what Sarah said. Yeah. I mean, my big concern is, you know, basically what you're saying is you weren't making money, so they're at this point changing the method of operation from what you started and what the community appreciates to do whatever they can to make the money.
Right.
And when it gets to that point, that's when the neighborhood and the community starts being pushed aside in order to make money. Right. And that's where conflicts occur.
Sure.
So that's, I think, what I've heard is the community seems to be pretty concerned, and from what you're saying, you're kind of confirming it. So it's, you know, it is a valid point to consider.
Yeah.
Even just in our questions earlier, I'm still not 100% sure what your actual, I mean, I know you said you want to do some live music, but you wanted to have some DJs, but it just doesn't seem very clear what kind of space you want to be.
Okay.
Do you want to be a community space? You know, people said they come and play pool and they hang out and they appreciate it for that. And then you want to have, you know, bigger, loud shows, and that's going to kind of drive away some of the local community if you're bringing in groups. And I just think I would feel much more comfortable if it was a much more clear direction, a clear business plan of what you want it to actually be.
Okay. And I can absolutely solidify that. The entire idea is that we are a community space, a workspace during the day, and it shifts into a kind of high-end, you know, calm, inclusive, low noise, conversational type place, cocktail bar, hang out, meet with people. If there's somebody playing music, it's not to be a big loud show, and I do completely understand when you bring up the punk band that was there for the night of that one event. But I can also assure you that was that one event. I don't even like to go to a bar if I can't talk at home. Well, I said it earlier to meet, you know. So I completely understand, and yeah, I do vouch for a lot of the confusion and things like that.
It was mentioned a couple times too that you've already had late night events past your opening hours. I think one of the persons said you had a loud party event that was later. I think was it? I feel like someone mentioned that there was already some loud event that you could.
We've definitely never up. We've been very conscious.
Sorry, mixing up.
Oh, we'll have it.
Yeah, my mistake. Sorry, that was my mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know Slick and I know him as an operator of Spiegel, and nobody needs to take my word for it. You can look online. Incredibly well organized. If you told me the two of you were in charge and that it was in your hands, I would be way more comfortable and trusting of anything. But and I know this is an operator when you're struggling for rent and you literally have to do whatever the government checkbook says. That's a situation that nobody wants to be in, and I don't envy. You don't have the control of this place. You know that. You're saying it to us right now. I would be way more supportive of the two of you. If you find a way to make that happen and to create the space that you want and that you talk about. The space I would hang out in, for sure.
May I say something?
Hey, Frank.
Yep. Go ahead.
This application is Steve and Steve Hill. Steve Hill is House of Machines. Whether or not the two partners are disagreeing over how money should be spent, both of them are in charge of these premises and have been since day one. Also, Clint, I didn't hear you before. Maybe I missed it. I apologize. Are there 311 complaints since this guy's been operating?
There was actually one, but it's minimal, so it's not really.
All right, so he's got a clean record with this community board, correct?
But, sorry, what was that, Frank?
It's a clean record.
It's a clean, I mean, it's, yes.
Right, he does.
But that's the thing. That was a totally different type of business that people go to and co-work and hang out. There's not going to be live music and DJs and late hours. Like, that's the difference, Frank. No, Clint, that's not the difference. You're surmising that may be the difference. You can't say that's the difference. That's what they described in the application and what he's told us, Frank. That's a very different method of operation.
But Clint, you can't guarantee that those problems are going to occur because there's late hours and a DJ.
We're looking at a different business that exists now.
Well, it's not a different business, Steve.
It's sorry.
Susan, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I wanted to speak to something different, actually. So first of all, I would ask that there would be stipulations for no meetups, which is different than someone on a motorcycle coming in.
Organized events.
What?
Organized.
Yes, meetups, no meetups, should be a stipulation, and particularly when you went out and asked for, when you asked people to sign petitions of support, there was no notice of this. So I think that should honestly be an easy thing. The other thing I just want to mention is this is an environmental justice community. It is a very long time rooted community. And, I just urge respect for the community that is there. And talk about being inclusive, and I think there's a lot more work to be done to be inclusive.
I mean, like I said, my shop's 2 doors down. Like I rolled it up a wheelchair the other day.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
Yes.
I'm saying people come to us, they all
Clearly, we have a
and
lot
they're
of
upset.
community who feel their community is being invaded or displaced. And I'm just saying there's a lot of work, please respect.
Absolutely.
I also think the music part, the live music is has different stipulations as in time. So I think the music would only play till
I can't understand what we're saying.
the intention is not to play music till midnight, but till 2 a.m. And part of the idea is that we have a lot of young kids who are musicians, and having them play, I think will contribute to the community and will contribute to the art part of it. So instead of playing, recorded music, we'll have actual people who live in the neighborhood, who I personally know, a lot of very, very talented musicians who play, and this will be a place for them to showcase their music. And I know everybody's talking about motorcycle community as if it's the Hells Angels from 3rd Street, but I promise you that if you try to give it a second look, you'll see a real diversity. I looked at a bunch of them the other week, and I had a Pulitzer Prize winner next to a guy. You're trying to prevent those people from coming
I can speak to Spiegel, and Spiegel itself was good.
I'm not Spiegel.
No, this is what I'm gonna say. The motorcycle meetups were a big issue. Walking by, this was prior to COVID, they were drinking on the side, they weren't being crazy. But there was crowds and they were actually physically blocking the sidewalk, it was hard to get by. It wasn't, and they weren't rowdy, I'm not saying it was out of control, but it was an issue.
This is not just to make it clear, this is not the intention to do it.
At all, but I don't think it was their intention at Spiegel either. It just happened, and that's what we're.
A community was formed around it. It's a beautiful community. We raised over $2 million over the Stephen Shannon Ride. We raised hundreds of thousands of dollars every year for events. But this is separate from that. This is a different.
I purposely did not talk about drinking on the sidewalks or walking or anything. I very specifically, because maybe they would control that. The issue is you have 20 to 150 bikes. It is noisy. It's not appropriate for a residential area. And this information wasn't given to people when you went out and asked for petitions. We're not saying that they're not great people. No one's saying that. What we're saying is those. Excuse me, don't want to argue with you. I'm just making a statement. Added here, 150 bikes that could be the nicest people in the world. I like motorcycles. It's not appropriate. They did say it's a senior community, and it is not what you.
I'm sorry. I can't understand a word Susan's saying without her being close to the microphone.
Suggest that everyone in the room come to the table so that you can be heard.
What I was talking about, Frank, was simply the motorcycles, that 20 to 150 motorcycles in a meetup. We have had that here. It is not appropriate, and information wasn't given out. Strictly about organized motorcycle events.
Place has been there for almost a year.
After this, we're gonna kind of start.
I think we need to start, because we've got a lot of percentage right down. On this point, the SLA, one of the things that they actually really will use for limiting licenses is the plan for traffic and whether it's going to cause trouble. So I think we need a whereas that describes what happens when you have 150 motorcycles that just red inches and you go. It's bad. We need to describe that, and then we do need a stick that says no organized, whatever the language is. Because it's not just what happens in the bar. Unfortunately for us, it's not even crowds on the street that have a lot of weight with them. It is the traffic congestion that can arise from the establishment. So we should use it. We rarely use it. Okay. We rarely use it, but I think we need to.
Okay, so let's just do a straw poll. Do we want to move forward with putting additional steps on this license, or are we ready? Do we want to say that we're not comfortable with the license at all as it stands? I guess a straw poll for stipulations. For additional, and so it would be more restrictive stipulations they're asking for and additional stipulations added. How do we feel about that?
If it was an earlier closing time.
Well, that would be part of the more restrictive stipulations.
Well, with that, I would. I mean, I actually want them to get liquor license. I don't want it out of control, which I see every sign that it could be. Does that help? It's not a yes or no.
How do you feel about reduced hours?
No live music.
No live music.
If we were to do reduced hours, even at this point, midnight every night, no live music. That at least gets you your license.
Yeah.
Sound limitation.
It would be a sound limiter because apparently, David's been in there and says it's pretty massive. Sound
ceiling. Oh, but I was also the space.
But yeah, no, the space, but the sound equipment is not just like an iPod connected to some Bose speakers.
No, not great.
So, I mean, and I think that's probably concerning to some of the residents as well that have been in your space. If they see all this equipment, that's.
amenable to additional soundproofing in the space?
Sure. Yeah, we want, I mean, Abby lives upstairs. She is number one that knows it, and you're.
And she ran the space before.
Yeah, she ran the space before. She told me when I first got it, she used to be able to hear conversations, from in her bedroom, and she's a primary concern and a friend.
So let's just say straw poll, additional stipulations. Okay, let's start with stipulations then. What do we feel about the hours?
What? Sorry, but I mean, just to go back to the question, is there a starting point here we can negotiate? Midnight hours, no live music. Yes, no.
Yes. Because that's, at this point, that's the bare minimum.
Yeah.
I would be willing to do. Okay. Or, the furthest I'd be willing to go would be, and there's some other things that probably discussed, but midnight closing all day, all nights, and no live music.
It was licensed to 1, but it was 49 on the road.
Oh, so it's 1 a.m. every night?
It was.
Was the previous applicant, but not the current.
What's your current beer?
Midnight.
Midnight.
But it's,
Yes, but my concern is you're adding these changes and it just doesn't sound. I'm not comfortable going further than midnight every night. Given the, I would say the situation, but given that, I just don't think things are very well thought out, and I think changing too much is opening up a can of worms. Okay. Is my opinion. Okay. But if that's okay, and if you're okay with 12 and no live music, we can discuss some of the other things, but that's the bare minimum that I would ask.
If we were to do that, and show we are good operators, I started part-time, I was 19. I'm just saying.
You can, yes, you always have the right to go back and ask for an extension of hours. Okay. But that being said, you need to prove that you're a good operator as well. If you come back with issues, sure.
Can we try to do at least Friday and Saturday an extension, maybe an hour? Because it's midnight is for the weekend is beyond. It's
Here.
Friday and Saturday.
I would do one Friday and Saturday.
They can't hear you. They can't hear you.
They can't hear you. 12 o'clock Sunday to Thursday, and 1 o'clock Friday and Saturday. No live music. Period.
So nothing at all, never, not a low, nothing.
Till you come back.
Until you can prove that you can get your business plan in order and come back with a more well thought out, and after you've been operating and showing that you've got it under control.
Sure. Can I say something? What is the library? I'm not trying to be smart. I'm just really trying to make sense out of it. What if the live music would be acoustic? So if our problem is noise, it will produce actually less noise. It will be acoustic. No drums, no electric guitar. So it'll be like
till 10 p.m.
It's noise, but I think the other thing that I'm concerned about is adding all of these new things that aren't thought out. It's just, to me, it's confusing what you're actually doing.
Music till 10 p.m.
Yeah, I've organized a lot of the music events. And
acoustic means
yes. If we're concerned about the noise, then
it's the noise and it's what it's turning your event. Are you becoming an event space? Are you becoming neighborhood? That's what I'm still not clear on, and I don't think from what you've explained, you're not clear on it.
We're very, very clear on it. I'm clearly not conveying it properly. Yeah, we would like, going back to for the community, by the community, and I mean that. It's if we've got somebody that's a musician friend and be like, hey, could I play a show here? We'd love to be like, that would be awesome. You want to come in on Friday and come play a show? And maybe that's where it seems a little bit confusing, or if it's a person that's a big record collector and selector, is I'd love to come spin some records some night. I have a huge jazz collection, or dark disco, but and it's still a conversation volume. And that's, so when people hear DJ, they think club, and that's not what we're talking about. And, you know, when they hear live music, it sounds like the punk band, which valid concern. Yeah, I personally want to go to the bar, nor do I want to be part of the bar.
And I think that's what the residents are concerned about.
Yeah.
They've seen these various things happening. So they're just not convinced about what you really want to do.
And
And I know you said that's not what you want, but you did it.
There was an event where we had.
Yes.
Yeah. And I will admit to it, and you're right, and they're right to have concerns. And I think if we could come to, you know, unamplified and one on the weekends or something, and the motorcycle miller and meet up. I heard you. I swear I heard you. If we could come to something like that, like I would happily take that first year and show we are good operators. And we've just been operating in net loss for like 3 years.
And it's scary. It's scary when operators come to us desperate for money, because that means you're desperate to do anything you can.
It's not that we're desperate for money. It's we're being squeezed until it's in place, which I want to make that very clear that it's not we're desperate for money. It's that's a hinge point. Yeah, it's a hinge point.
But the people with the money want it to be like this big club in Cape Town.
No, not at all. They know that, and each is not at all. It's actually way smaller than our space and everything. And every single one of the locations is very tailored to. There's only Shanghai Club. It's not like Cape Town feels more like Forget Me Not, you know. Shanghai is a lot more glass and power cream, more like public. So they are tailored.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't want to keep going.
We've been
a long time.
So we're gonna do 12 o'clock Sunday through Thursday, 1 o'clock Friday. It's Friday and Saturday, sorry. I think you want to talk, so 12 o'clock Sunday through Thursdays, 1 o'clock Friday and Saturday. And we're still gonna continue to open at noon and have a good time.
We open earlier than that. We're open for coffee and breakfast.
So it's not your opening, is it 9 a.m. now?
9 a.m. during the not for liquor, not for
no. Well, but for coffee.
Yeah, you don't want the, if you say 9, you are required to be open by 9. Stick with your noon. Oh, you can open earlier.
So if you say 9 o'clock, now you have to do it.
Okay.
That means you're guaranteed you're gonna be open by noon, and if you open at 9, we'd encourage that because we like daytime business.
Yeah.
But you're not violating your stipulations by opening later. Perfect. So we're gonna say 12 to 12 Sunday through Thursday, and 12 to 1 Friday and Saturday.
Nothing good after that.
And moving on. It goes into standard ones first, so hours of operations 12. And then you currently have outdoor space, right?
We do, and we're licensed by the DOT, and our sidewalks are over 20 feet long. I think they're 20 feet from up to the street.
So you'll continue to use that, closing by 10 almost.
Sure. Yeah.
Are you gonna have security personnel?
I absolutely, yeah.
Yes. So, if we check that on, it's part, if we check it, it's part of your license.
Okay. So if we don't say yes.
I'm a licensed security guard, so it's just like, I'm there.
But it's better to see.
Are you gonna have security
on the weekends?
On the weekends, so I'm gonna put employee doorman, security personnel on Friday and Saturday.
And that security personnel will ensure that there's no loitering, noise, surprise outside of this plan.
And we'll put up additional signage, you know, because even if people do show up on motorcycles, like no revving, things like that, please respect our name.
So soundproofing. I know you said you installed some soundproofing. Residents have still said there's still some issues. Will you agree to work with the sound engineer and install soundproofing as per the report from the sound engineer?
Sure.
Sarah, are people complaining about sound?
Abby in her letter said. Yeah. And that there'll be no other sound in the residential apartments.
There's Abby's a good friend. This is the last person.
She said that. She said that here. She said it in her. She said this in email separately.
Yeah.
She said that. So she was not saying she actually said she wants you to get the license.
Right.
But she actually wanted more stipulations. So. Okay. So that's soundproofing. You're gonna close your front. Now, is it an open facade? Or do you have windows that open?
No. It's 2 doors.
It's just your entrance door.
Yep. Exactly.
So it'll be a closed fixed facade with no doors or windows except your entrance door, which will close by 10 p.m. Meaning you're not gonna have it propped up late at night.
No, absolutely. I mean, we specifically did, we paid the Golden Lions Club to come do the dragon dance, and like bless the space. We want that to be of the community.
We've decided, no, like, we're agreeing not to have live music, and you already said no third-party promoted events.
No, we said live music.
We didn't got there, we were working there, but. Are we comfortable with acoustic live music until 10 p.m.?
Yeah.
So we're gonna say live acoustic music.
Next question. So when you have these neighbors, do shows, I think they got.
Yeah. Paid.
That's not a silly question.
No, it's not.
No, it's not a legal issue. I was on the nightlife advisory board, and that was a big issue with artists, not getting paid.
Yeah. Oh, I'm a photographer as well, like I
That's
see last minute
always
shoots all the time.
So we have DJs, but they're going to be
Final.
no third-party events, no events with cover charges. And so you're gonna have scheduled live music, or is it gonna be where someone's just playing, or is it gonna be promoted that at 7 o'clock, this person is going to be playing, or is it just going to be through the evening, you're gonna have musicians playing, or is it actually scheduled performances?
I mean, I guess I'm thinking about it kind of from an Instagram, it's like, hey, come by tonight, so and so playing at 7.
I don't know what's his name. Then you can't do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can say Friday night. People.
You can say Friday night live music.
Okay.
You can't say, and the reason for that is in a residential zone, if you say 7 o'clock, people all show up at 7 o'clock, and it causes an influx in activity. And then, so you had on your original application, no more than 5 or 6 private parties per year. So, and a private party generally is what we consider, if it's essentially a buyout of the whole place.
Okay.
If you're having a birthday party in one corner, that's not, we don't consider that a private party. We're talking about buyouts. 5 or 6 per year. Do not apply for method of alteration to your operation. It's fine. You will not participate in pub crawls or have party buses come to your establishment. You will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches.
No Santa Con.
No Santa Con. That's pub crawls. Well, you had checked off happy hour until 7.
We would like to do, if possible. That's fine. That's good.
Expectations posted. Residents may contact the manager. Okay. Now I know we talked about adding things. We added the acoustics, the sound engineer. So we. That one's not.
He forgot.
No, it was on there. Just getting into it. So how are we saying that?
No
We'll not have
motorcycle.
organized, more organized.
Motorcycle meetings / organized events. These people can still come on the motorcycle.
Compromise. Motorcycle, no, organized motorcycle.
And that's no events ever, like, not once a year.
Numbers. Yeah, people.
I also think we ought to add a whereas describing the impact of it, because
we can add that.
Strengthen the SLA resolve to add to the license.
Is there any other stipulations that we need to add?
We had talked about sound limiting.
That's right. We wanted to, so we'll put that under acoustics. We have, and we'll to install sound
Sound limiting device. I don't know.
We'll use a sound limiter on the audio equipment. There's actually language.
Yeah, but we can also have a decibel meter there too, you know. Have to rely on it.
Well, that's what it'll be.
Yeah.
That's what it'll be.
So that your DJs can't raise the volume. They're gonna set the volume, it's locked at that volume.
Got it. Got it.
So the sound is not wrong.
Yeah.
How it works. The other thing was sound engineers.
That's already on.
Good.
Closing our board with limits of 10. So I think that was on my notes. Anyone else have anything? Okay. So I'm going to read this through one more time. I have a simulation. But... Okay. So you will be a tavern with less than a full service kitchen that's serving food all hours of operation. Your hours of operation will be 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday. You will close all outdoor dining under the temporary restaurant program and any outdoor uses by 10 p.m. all days and not have any speakers, TV monitors outdoors. You will employ a doorman and security personnel on Fridays and Saturdays. You will install soundproofing in accordance with the recommendations from a sound engineer to ensure that no sound is audible in the neighboring apartments. You will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows except your entrance door, which will close by 10 p.m. or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, and live non-musical performances. Oh, one other thing we didn't address. Do you have TVs or are you having TVs inside? So
We don't, but we might add. No?
None? Okay.
Still more cuts.
And
Come. There you go.
So is the live music at background level though? So it's going to be acoustic. So it's going to be background level.
We still want to be conversational.
You will not apply for an alteration without coming to the CB first. Will not participate in pub crawls, party buses, or come to my establishment. Will not have unlimited drink special food and brunches. Will have the hour that ends at 7 p.m. We'll have wait lines. We'll have staff person for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds. We'll post a stipulation. There will be no organized motorcycle meetups. I think that's it. Oh, and then under the acoustics, you will have this at the side. We'll install a sound limiter on the audio equipment to prevent sound above set volume. Everyone in the committee okay with that? Yep. Then we will move to a vote.
Wait, before you do, I'm sorry. Can we scroll up the additions you made, Clint? I don't see on the, or down, I guess. I don't see in the no revving of the motorcycles. I don't see any of that.
The additional will be on the stipulation forms I sent out, but I think Sarah actually has noted them. If not,
Oh, all right. Okay, sorry.
Am I supposed to do all of them? I just did my
no,
own.
that's fine. I'll stop asking.
She said it was the only other one I was
Great. I'll stop asking. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
But Frank, I do have them on my notes, so I will get them into the stipulation form, and you will get the stipulation with everything sent out. Okay.
I'll review when I see it.
You'll review them. I trust you on that, Frank. Okay. As to our vote, Sarah Batcher. David Crane.
Yes.
Jamie Felber. Yep. Amanda Liu.
Yes.
Michael Lavario. Yes. Clint Smeltzer. Yes. Jesse Beck. Don and Don. Okay. Motion carries. Congratulations. Good luck. Okay, next up we have Cozy Cafe, 43 First Street. Is the applicant here for 43 First Street? Okay. And Frank, is that you again? Are you 43 First Street, Frank?
Frank, you're muted.
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. We'll just leave you there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
This is an application. Oh, you're saying something, Frank?
I'm looking for my client. I don't see him. Have you admitted him?
Is Shane Riggins your client?
No,
Yeah,
Sharif.
Oh,
Sharif.
Sorry about
Sharif
that.
Bashir, the guy who came on before.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Before raising our hand, we were just a little confused, so. There we go. Okay, so we have Frank and the applicants on. I'm gonna give a quick little summary here and then you can correct me. So Cozy Cafe Corporation is seeking a full on-premises liquor license for premises located at 43 First Street between First and Second Avenue. This is an upgrade from a beer and wine, and this for business that's been at this location since June of 2005. This application has 12 tables and 52 seats with a bar with 6 seats, 4 seats outdoor tables within the building lines, a food prep area preparing Mediterranean style food during all hours of operation, 3 televisions, background music with volume control speakers from streaming devices, no live music, no promoted events, no scheduled events, and no events for which a cover is charged. There are 11 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet, 2 on the same lot. There have been, this applicant has been the license holder at several other businesses. There's been several violations with the SLA. One was.
I don't have details on what those were.
Okay.
But there were like 2 at one of the establishments and 4 at the other, which I think that establishments.
So again, these were at other establishments, but they weren't establishments operated by this applicant. The Foundation Lounge Corporation, which was Mazar Bar at 137 Essex Street. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 cases with penalties issued. There was also Cocktail Art LLC, which was sanatorium at 14 Avenue C. Disciplinary history with the SLA showed 1, 2, 3, 4 violations with penalties issued for that location as well. This location, 43 First Street, has had 15 commercial 311 complaints at this location with NYPD actions between April 2016 and March 2018. So those are kind of old.
They are kind of old, but they were pre-pandemic.
They were pre-pandemic.
It was the same operator, so I don't know what we want to do with that.
Since the pandemic, we've checked with the precinct, and in the last year, there were 3 311 complaints with police action necessary from the precinct, so.
That never showed up.
Yeah. That.
For you, it didn't show up? It didn't show up for anyone, but the residents had said they knew they called. So so I went to the police.
So that's my general summary, Frank. What do you have to add to that?
Not a thing, Clint. Nicely done.
Thank you. So on that note, does the applicant have anything to say at this point before we'll go to the public members?
Sharif, do you have something you want to say? You were trying to say it before.
You see me now? You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Sharif Bashir. I own Cozy Cafe for the last 20 years. I'd like to upgrade my liquor license. We try to be quiet much we can last 4 years or 5 years. Everything can change after Corona, and we're very quiet, no noise, doors closed, no music, no DJ. I got permit to make outside seating. I refuse that. I don't want traffic. I don't want noise. I don't use my backyard. I try to respect the policy for the block. I think everybody love me in the block. I'm outside 7 days a week. We try to keep it quiet. the president of the block, I see him every day. He see me. He called me a couple of days ago. He wanna tell me, Sharif, I got you the liquor by 2 o'clock in the weekend, weekdays 12 o'clock. Everybody wanna extension the hour to 4. Mr. Frank told me, no, keep it down, okay, to 2 o'clock in the weekdays. And we're trying to survive because business is suffering. No another way. And your decision, guys. Thank you.
If I could just clarify what Sharif was trying to say, I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago, we came to the community board to upgrade this license. And there was opposition from the neighbors. And Sharif has spent an awful lot of time and effort monitoring how the premises are run, coordinating with the neighbors, make sure no one has a problem with the place. And that's why he says the last 4 or 5 years. It doesn't sound good if he's got it for 20 years, but.
Okay. If there's nothing else to add, we're gonna go ahead and go.
One thing as you were reading, I drafted this one. As you read it, I realized that the phrase sound limited speakers was not on that page. It was on the draft I had, I'm sorry, template I had.
Okay.
Okay. So it should clarify at some point.
Okay, so if that's the case, we're gonna move to any members of the public that wish to speak on this item. Please raise your hand. Zoom hand. Okay, Robert, we promoted you. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to remind everybody, per the letter that I submitted to the board last week, 32 residents voted against an upgrade for Cozy Cafe. That's as of last week. Additionally, 32 residents voted to reduce CC's hours, Cozy Cafe's hours. Now, to me, such a vote implies serious problems with how CC is running their business. People just don't come down to you with that kind of decision unless there are problems. Now, we can go back to the stipulation agreement we had with them in 2004, where they would not seek to upgrade their license without getting approval from the Block Association. And I know that was rather informal as it stands these days. By 2018, we couldn't actually, even if they did, when they did come before us, we couldn't approve it because by 2018, the noise complaints and the complaints from the neighbors and as to what was going on at 4 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the morning and 2 and 1 o'clock in the morning was just totally out of control. I mean, you saw in my letter that, basically you had people coming out of there raising hell, double cars parked and parked with their doors open, stereos blasting, people getting woken up. It's just no control of virtually no security at all. I mean, they talk, well, we're gonna have someone at the door. They couldn't control the crowd. This all vomiting on the sidewalk, vandalism at adjacent property, loud music coming from inside the place when the doors are left open and stay open so everybody gets to hear it. And this is the kind of thing that turns people against the club and makes them think that they can't be trusted. Now, he talks about the fact that, they've had a low profile, but that's mainly because of COVID. Nobody was going into the clubs in the last 2 years. And yet they still managed to get 311 complaints from September 4th, 2022. So as recorded by the precinct. It's really, the thing that disturbs me about this, all these complaints that they racked up over this period since 2004, this is with a wine beer license. And now they want us to think that they're going to be able to handle a full liquor license. All we can see is the same clientele as business improves, as COVID drifts away into memory and business resumes. All we can see is the same NYU students and whoever else is going in. They're coming out of the street, not only with wine and beer, but loaded with hard liquor. And that bodes poorly for our block.
If you'd like to start summarizing, Robert, that'd be great.
Excuse me?
I said if you would just like to start summarizing, we have a few other people that like to speak as well.
I'm sorry, I'm not, start summarizing what?
Summarizing your comments, we have a few other people to get to as well, so. If you could start wrapping it up, please.
If I could start what?
Wrapping up your comments.
What about my comments?
If you can finish speaking, you can, finish your comments, then start wrapping up and move on to someone else.
I just want to leave one last thing here, and that's that, we have an elderly Hispanic couple that lives catty corner from Cozy Cafe. And I see Mr. Torres every now and then. A couple of years ago, he looked at me and he said, I can't sleep at night. And he said, what can you do for us? And I said, well, we're trying to do something here. And now I think there's an opportunity to do something. Cut back the hours and deny the full liquor license, because I gotta say that they haven't earned showed a responsibility to have it. I know Martha Danziger is around here someplace. Maybe you could check and see if Martha wants to speak.
Yes, we have a few other people ready to speak.
Oh, good.
Yes. Okay, is that everything, Robert?
That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, Martha, we've promoted you. If you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I will keep it short because I think Robert described the situation very, very well. I would say that I would be in favor. I support any business that survived the pandemic and the shutdown. So I would be inclined to do whatever I could to see Cozy survive, but they have not done what they've promised. And it would be great for them to have a restaurant with a full liquor license, adequate security, and decent hours. Because right now on First Street, there's like a Bermuda Triangle right in the middle of the street. There's the pot store, there's a Kava Sutra, a karaoke place, and then there's Cozy Cafe. The Kava Sutra place shuts at 12 or 1. This pot store shuts at 2. And then from 2 to 4, it's Cozy. And at 4 o'clock, Cozy staff leaves. So from 4 to 5 or 6, whatever, you got people hanging out in the street. During their operation from 2 to 4, there are not people around. I know, First Street is not an isolated place. You've got people walking up and down the street all night long, especially on the weekends. And you've got people either going to another bar or they're going to the subway. So it's not, I don't think the residents of First Street are being unfair to Sharif to say, you're not taking care of your business. You're not there, you're not monitoring what's going on. You can't be responsible for everything, but make it a restaurant. Cut back your hours, show us security, and maybe a full liquor license would be in the future, because a restaurant would be wonderful. That's not what we have. We have a hangout. I swear to God, people in the suburb give their kids, their impossible kids, $300 and say, go to the East Village, because they act like that when they're in our street. And I hope something can be resolved and worked out, because I think Sharif, I think another good restaurant on First Street would be wonderful, but the hours, the lack of security, and the not being trusted with a full OP is still a major problem.
Okay, thank you, Martha. We have, I think, Shane Riggins. We had, I think, promoted you previously, so. Okay, Shane, go ahead and unmute yourself. Shane Riggins, are you still with us?
I'm here. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Let me give you a brief background. I was born on a chicken farm, okay? I can't stand the sound of crickets chirping. I moved to New York because as a kid, I watched the opening montage of Saturday Night Live and realized what an exciting place that was, 90 miles from me in upstate New York. I moved here for that reason. I can't believe what I'm hearing from these people. What I'm hearing is a lot of rent-controlled curmudgeons who have joined the Get Off My Lawn Club. What are you doing? There was a pandemic. These are good men trying to start businesses and feed their families. What have we forgotten here? This is New York City, and perhaps the coolest neighborhood in New York City. This is what it's for. The complaints I'm hearing about the noise and the crime, that's policing. That's not the bars and the restaurants. The problem is outside the doors. My children's park on my block is becoming a heroin, homeless encampment. The problem is not business. The problem is culture and crime and a lack of policing. So refund the police and revitalize this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane.
Yeah. I'm all for Sharif getting a liquor license.
Thank you. Noted. Okay. Anyone else? It looks like we do not have any other members of the public that wish to speak. If you do, please speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay. So that being said, we're going to move on to committee discussion. I think Susan had her hand up.
So I've actually been getting complaints about this place since I started working here about 19, 18 years ago. The Block Association was already formed before then. They are actually one of the few that actually meets and votes. I think the only one left that does that. And they have supported, there are other businesses on the block. We have a copy of the stipulations that this applicant signed, where he said he would not, ask for a full liquor license unless the residents approve. So there have been complaints, and it's about noise of the customers outside. At one time, when I first started here, actually, or shortly after, they were using the backyard. But it was actually not zoned for it, so I had, they stopped using it. Remind people, this is the same lot where this committee approved pinkies. That was a disaster and took us a few years and a lot of work to finally get rid of that. That was one where some of the residents were for the block was
Okay.
I'm sure Susan had some great things to say.
Sorry about that, Frank.
Well, while she's reclining in the seat like that, I'm losing everything.
What does he say?
Nobody can hear you.
I'm sorry, speak up. Let me know earlier next time. I was recounting my about 18 years of work with the Block Association regarding this business.
So you don't have to repeat it, Susan. I'm sure it was all good things about my client. No problem.
Okay. That being said, members of the committee, anyone else have any other questions, comments? What are we thinking about this? I mean,
my question, it's not easy to get to violations.
It's not.
Like I know that's a fact.
My question would be, why didn't they go to the Block Association?
What was that question?
Why wasn't the First Street Block Association not consulted first? Like basically.
Not what?
Consulted. I think they were consulted, but they don't approve it. Okay. Because some of the problems they've had in the past, they wanted them to correct. I think, and Martha said it well is she would be happy to give them a full liquor license, but they haven't been operating in a respectful manner. So that's the issue. And they have, I mean, this applicant has been back here, I think it was in 2020 and in 2018 under the same, and they've kind of heard some of the same complaints, and it really doesn't sound like they've addressed any of those complaints. David?
I don't know what stipulations that we could ask for, you know, to get approval. What? It seems like unless they gave up a couple hours or open time at the end of the day, there's nothing stipulations can help.
They have a 4A license, but it's beer wine.
No, they're asking just to increase it
Yes.
to full liquor
Yes.
in a place which is all
A problem with only beer and wine.
Yeah, the flip side of this is at what point does the bad operator become good operator? Voting one way or the other here is, yes, COVID means there were probably mitigating circumstances. We've also had plenty of applications where people have gotten dozens of complaints during COVID. So at what point the team in 2018 got denied, 2020 got denied because of their bad history? I have a partner who gets stung with a bad history, which is not fair today. That's just a point to, I
There
think.
are $42,000 in civil penalties that they paid to the SLA in the past 6 years.
How many in the past? But
That's not accurate.
But hang on, that's not.
That's what it says, that
It's
not
not
this location, but it's this operator.
In, that it, Tony says it.
Yeah.
But is it in the past 6 years up until today, or is it 4 years into 6 years ago?
From 2017 through 2022.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting complaints in the last 6 months.
And that's the other difference is if they had changed after COVID, the people that have spoke said that the issues are still happening. They're leaving the door open later, they're not managing the crowd, they're supposed to have security, they don't. So I think to answer your question, I think if they were making an attempt to do some of these things that they know are issues, I feel like that would give the community members at least some sense that they're trying to do something. But some of these issues that we've heard, and I remember I was on the committee, I remember hearing it in 2020, I remember hearing it in 2018. They're still saying the same things that are happening. And I feel like if they were trying, they could do something like making sure the door is kept closed and those kind of things, which aren't major issues. Or I mean, aren't difficult to do, but they're still apparently an issue.
Clint, can you tell me what the 311 calls are?
The 311 calls this year we got from the precinct, so we don't have much more information on. But the precinct confirmed there were 3 311 calls with non-crime corrected in the last year.
At this address?
This address, yes.
But not necessarily from this establishment, right? I mean, if we don't know anything about it, it could be just standing on the street.
Residential around this, Frank, basically, so.
I got them personally. They were for this business.
What are they?
For noise.
They didn't show up. Yes, it was noise. It was noise.
You don't know it's noise. You don't know what the nature of the complaints are.
Unless you're saying that the police officer who gave them to me was incorrect, we do know that.
Did the police officer give you 311 complaints for noise from this establishment's operation?
She actually forwarded the email to me, which I don't think I forwarded everyone else, but.
I
yes.
got an email personally. I asked them to look it up, and I got a personal email from an officer at the precinct.
We have a screenshot showing one of the dates, which I think was November of 2022, with a non-crime corrected response.
For what type of violation? Guys, listen, can I just speak for 1 second? And I'm not arguing. We're all tired and it's late. And our perception of what is late in community board meetings has changed. I give you that. Martha Danziger made some good points. I think that Sharif keeps coming back because he needs liquor to keep this business going. This business survived through COVID. This business has been there for 20 years. This is now, I think it's his fourth time, although I think you said it was his third time here. It's one or the other. We need this.
You're right.
Why don't we cut back the hours, install security, and give this guy an opportunity to survive at that location?
Go back to the Block Association.
Yeah, honestly, because, and normally it wouldn't be as restrictive, but he did agree not to make any changes without the approval of the Block Association first.
I don't know if Robert's still on the phone, but I was under the impression that on the call, I was under the impression that he was willing to do liquor if we reduce the hours. Is he still there?
Is who still there?
Robert.
But I don't know that that's a negotiation we want to get into as a committee. I feel like that is something that he should go back to and negotiate with the Block Association and come back to us with some sort of answer.
Can I?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, this is a side street. First of all, I was getting complaints 6 months ago before the residents knew they were coming to license. Although I would think that the owner would know he was coming and would have been a little bit more careful. But this is not Second Avenue or First Avenue either. It is a residential side street. It's not even zoned. This is a grandfathered business. It's not even zoned for this kind of business. So a 4 a.m. full liquor, again, it's what is the benefit? One, what is the benefit to the community? Or what is the benefit? Because that's a legal issue. The other thing is he did promise them he wouldn't go without their approval. We have a copy of that sign. So what do we do with the fact that that's what the owner promised?
If he, communities like Block Associations do not dictate how and nor the SLAs. Should Sharif go in front of them? 100%, absolutely. They don't have, what's the legal right? There's no major impetus for them to support this application. I'm not saying that that's the reason they're not doing it. I think that reduction in hours, significant reduction in hours, if liquor is really the winner here, because you can charge $15 for cocktails and $9 for a beer, sure. You went in front of what station, or did you not?
He did, but with full liquor 4 a.m.
Okay, so as he went in front of it.
Did he go?
I think.
Yeah, I think they did.
He did speak to them about that, yes. But my understanding was, and I think that's my only issue, and you're right in that the Block Association shouldn't dictate, except for the fact that he made the agreement with them. And he shouldn't have.
And how many of them were still the same? Is every single member of the association?
They are. I know that. I've been working with them.
Robert's filling us for Robert and Martha.
Martha actually was the previous district manager.
So.
I'm just being fair.
No,
Yeah,
and it's legitimate questions, but, so I'm not inclined to approve this as it's submitted. I'm not sure if I would be inclined to approve this in some other form. That's my opinion. I don't know if anyone else on the committee feels differently. At this point, I would move more for a denial, but I don't know if anyone has other feelings on that. Unless the applicant is willing to withdraw, meet with the Block Association and come to some sort of resolution, whether it be, reducing the hours, full liquor until 12 every night. But again, I don't want to get into that negotiating with the Block Association with them. That's something they need to do and come back to us. Is that something you would be willing to do?
Unmute.
You're muted, Frank.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Would you be willing to meet with the block association and come to some agreement wherein, let's just say they would, and I'm just throwing this out there, they would give you full liquor with a 12 o'clock closing every night?
No, I mean, who's speaking, Clint?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, I'd be willing, and I'm speaking for Sharif, we'd be willing to meet with the block association, but not with parameters that you're presetting. Hours before I even meet with them.
Well, that is the whole point, is that I'm against it, and I think more than one of us are, with a 4 a.m. closing.
Because I
So we would like you to go back and come up with an earlier closing.
I would be happy to go back and meet with the block association. I'm not going to go back and meet with the block association with a mandate of closing at 12 o'clock. Can you say
that out as a suggestion?
Okay.
So you guys can come up with whatever you want, and if the block association agrees to it, I would be more inclined to consider it. But right now, he hasn't shown any improvement, and he's been to us several times, and he's heard the same things. I've heard the same things. So, in order for me to approve it, he has to give something to show he's making an effort, because right now, he hasn't. They're saying he's still leaving the door open late into the evening and the sound is blasting out, which is what we've heard previously several times. And that's something very simple to do, is to close the door.
I don't think that arguing this point here is going to get me anywhere.
It's not. That's why I asked, are you willing to go to the block
I think I'm
association?
willing to meet with the block association, but I am going to ask Susan to supply those 311s. I'm on the site right now and I can't find them.
I couldn't find them either. That's why we have a screenshot of the actual complaint from November 22 that was the actual response. Susan contacted the precinct. He looked them up in their system. We don't know why they're not showing up in open data. But
So what it was is residents came to me and said, we know we called 311, but we can't find them on open data. I couldn't find them either. I went to the police precinct, they had them. I have no explanation for this.
we don't know why.
No, and all I'm asking is I'd like to see them too, because we're all agreeing it's weird.
I am not gonna forward information the police gave me. You could they can go to the police and ask.
I will. If you're not, if we're basing everything that's going on here on things that I can't see.
It's not based on those 311s. It's based on what the residents that live nearby are saying.
And complaints.
And complaints that Susan has actually received personally at the office.
Okay. August.
That's the, it's not just, if it was only those 311s, Frank, I agree with you. It wouldn't hold as much weight as people have actually complained, and Susan has a record of a history, even within the last 6 months.
Okay, let me just say this, so we may save some time. I'm willing to postpone, and I will not file the application before I meet with the committee.
Please send an email to the office and meet with the block association, and most likely see you next month. Correct?
You guys. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, everybody.
So you are officially withdrawing, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Hopefully it's saying it on that. Stop saying it. Say it. Yes, because the applicants for item number, I think it's actually, my number is off. I think is it 5? So applicants for number 5, boiler room. Frank, are you the lawyer for boiler room as well?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
And yes. Hi, Gina.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Okay. I'm going to give a quick little brief summary. Frank, did you have your hand up for a question or just?
No, I lowered it. I put it up so I could be admitted.
For the applicant, okay. So I'm going to give a quick summary and then correct me if I get anything wrong. So JBMT Tavern Corporation, doing business in the Boiler Room, is seeking a full OP license for premises located at 45 Second Avenue between Second and Third Street. This is an application for an establishment of 74 20 tables. Is there something off in it?
No, my dog is barking in the background if you hear him. I'm sorry.
74 people, 20 tables, 40 seats, and one 40-foot long bar. There is no full kitchen. The establishment will serve American comfort food during all hours of operation. There will be 2 TVs. Music will consist of DJs and recorded music played at background level. There will also be a jukebox on premises. There are 17 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously Timbuktu. It was a Moroccan specialty shop for over 20 years. Closed at the end of 2022, has never been previously licensed. The applicant has owned their current establishment on 4th Street for 34 years. It's noted as one of the most consistent and best gay bars in New York City. Applicants also own the watering hole located at 68 Second Avenue since 1999. And there only has been one 311 complaint of note in history. There were 8 commercial 311 complaints at this location since 2018. For the boiler location, it was the other location that only had 1 complaint. But that was 8 since 2018, so nothing crazy. No letters of support or objection have been submitted to us. 95 residents who live within 2 blocks signed a petition in favor of this application.
Okay.
Regina.
I just wanted to mention, because I've been watching this whole time. So this location obviously is close to where we are now. We are going to be closing both spaces. So we have the liquor licenses in both the watering hole and JB Max. And we're going to be leaving that building. From the time the landlord took over, he's been wanting us out, and COVID really did a lot of us, a lot of the businesses in it. We've really been trying to survive for the last few years since COVID. I was very lucky to come, 45 Second Avenue came up. It's a great spot. We are going to have a basement. I know we had listed a DJ. I just want the community to know, we were asking for the DJ only for special occasions. If we wanted to do something on the weekend, it would be in the basement. The first floor would be the jukebox as we always have, regular, normal, music level. And that's pretty much it. I mean, the community's come out. I just want to thank everybody because they've really come out to support us. I've been getting emails personally. My brother-in-law, Randy, is the manager there. My son, Jesse, was managing the watering hole, and people just came out in droves, telling us, please, we don't want you to close. And like I said, last minute, we found the space, and we're very happy that, we're able to start over and, start new. And again, I just want to say thank you to the community for helping us out.
You should have had them email us, Gina.
Some of them, we did ask them, because a lot of them had asked if they can join the Zoom call. And, we had just told them, go to the website and get the Zoom link. Also, the application, Frank, I noticed there's a mistake. We had asked originally for 2 to 2 a.m. because currently our liquor license is till 4. However, right now with the way things are, it's been a little bit quiet between 2 and 4. We were asking if we can do 4 a.m. from Thursday to Saturday. So it would be 2 a.m. Till 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and then 4 a.m. Thursday through Saturday for now.
Okay, so you want it to be, I'm just going to repeat it, it's 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. Thursday through Saturday.
Yes, because you know what, being that it's a new location, we wanted to kind of feel it out, during the week, and then see how it goes on the weekend. And then if, later on, we want to go full 4 a.m. again, we can always, come back and revisit. But normally when things get back to normal, and we hope they do at some point, our busiest time is usually between, later on, like, between 12 and 3 o'clock.
I just want to note one thing, and Gina referred to it. This application is going to have the effect of adding one license to the neighborhood, but reducing it by 2. There is no plans to transfer these premises, and both the Watering Hole and JB Max cannot get liquor licenses because of a church that's nearby. So we're effectively putting an end to 2 licenses.
That's what, that, I was gonna ask why if you were doing an actual removal from the other 2 locations.
No, we are surrendering those licenses. It has not been a favorable relationship with the landlord, so.
Why aren't you doing a removal?
The corporations are over 20 years old, Susan. It makes no sense to keep old corporations.
So wait, you said, I know that the 68 Second Avenue, I think you're right, but the 4th Street location, it's not within 200 feet of a church, is it?
It's the Hispanic, the Church of Jesus Christ, which is 2 or 3 doors down from the Watering Hole. It's on 2nd Avenue because I had to have that scoped out for the current space, and we just made it by 206 feet. So both locations in that building are less than 200 feet from that church.
But the boiler room location is a separate location, isn't it?
The new location?
It's in the same building. They're both in the same building. Just one's on the street, one's on the avenue.
Okay. But the one, we don't need to get into that. It's
that's fine. But we are giving back both of those. We're starting a whole new corporation, and we're moving forward.
No complaints for what? No. Okay. Yeah, and there's been no complaints. There was no complaints with the community. We haven't heard anything. So we do have a member of the public here that's waited so patiently to speak. So go ahead.
First of all, I just want to thank you all for your service. My family's been on 2nd Street for
close because.
Oh yeah.
My name is Garth Johnston. I live on 2nd Street. My family's been on 2nd Street for 50 years. I lived in the house I grew up in. I lived there with my husband, my sister, and her wife, and daughter lived there. My mother was actually on the SLA committee for many years in the early aughts before she died. I've never spoken for or against a liquor application, and I have no affiliation with the boiler room. As far as public benefit, which is something that comes up, boiler room is a neighborhood institution under any other gay bars in the area. It isn't seen, it's affordable and accepted. I've met boyfriends there. I've grown up with boyfriends there. I've taken friends and family games straight there. It's a wonderful bar. The proposed location is a dead zone after dark. I know that when Pro Walls and Alonza is closed, there is no one on that street, especially with the nonsense going across the street. It is just a not good place. Having eyes there at night is a really good idea. I know that you had earlier concerns about getting a liquor license to this space because it does not have a liquor license. Beyond the points that they're making about their businesses, we just lost a great location of Anyway Cafe. I promise you, 32 2nd Street is never going to lend their liquor license into their building. So we have 3 more on the block. Please give these people a liquor license. And I would also just add the gay bar is not just another bar. Despite the strides they've made, they serve a still marginalized group as community centers and would be really useful to have this going. Oh, but the only thing I would add is they do have a backyard, and if they are going to open, I would stipulate that no speakers at the no speakers in the backyard, any use of the backyard be done by 10 p.m. The way that the cemetery echoes is a surprising amplification that you just need to experience to understand. So that'd be all I would add. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Thank you.
Just to answer you, thank you very much. Just to answer you, currently, we do not have the backyard. We do not have access to the backyard. Actually, there is a new establishment going in at 47, and he has the whole backyard. So we just have the basement. So I don't have any, we have no backyard as of now.
Does the committee have any questions? Oh, sorry about that. I went with the public member of the public here at the office, but I forgot to call on anyone from outside. So looks like we have, is it Chris? Gina's, yeah. Kristen, is it Babelar?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Hi, thanks for your time. You sound like nice people. I'm aware of the boiler room and that you've been there for a long time. I've lived in the neighborhood in a long time. I live in the building with my husband, who's lived there for almost 40 years. My concern is I'm sure you want to be good neighbors, and I appreciate that. My concern is noise. Our building has 8 residential units and 2 commercial spaces. The other commercial space is already rented to a bar. And so I'm really concerned that we're having 2 bars right next door to each other, you know, and open late as late as 4 a.m. is going to mean an awful lot of noise. The other bar does have the use of the backyard. And I'm concerned about security, about noise going late at night, about, you know, at some point, no matter how hard you want to be a good neighbor, if there's a lot of intoxicated people coming out of 2 spaces, it gets very hard to control that. So I'm concerned about security and about noise. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak? Doesn't look like there's anyone else. So I guess, oh yes, sorry. There is someone else, Zachary Westerfield.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name's Zachary Westerfield. I do live in the community. I've been a patron of Boiler Room for over 10 years. It's always been a great place, a safe space for the LGBT community. Just to even further that, May 21st, I was assaulted and robbed on Houston and Bowery. And after the police intervention, I ended up going to Boiler Room because I felt it was I know it's a safe space for me. The bartenders there provided me ice and cold compact. And even the bartender afterwards took the liberty to make sure I got home safe. So I believe that Boiler Room is a awesome place. I support them getting a full liquor license. I have never, in the 10 years that I've been there, I've never seen any major issues like with police having to be called. The bartenders have always been very responsible. They won't serve anybody who is rowdy. They're very quick to throw people out. That's pretty much, you know, I'm in support of Boiler Room, and I'm glad to see that they found a space nearby that still serves our community. Thank you.
Okay, I think that is it for the public. Okay. So, to the committee, does anyone have any questions for the applicants? I have 1 or 2, but I will see if anyone else has it first. Okay, so I just had a question. I had this question before. I think it was Kristen that brought it up. I know this isn't a brand new building and it's an older building. You had checked off that soundproofing is not installed, and it was a retail clothing store, so they probably didn't have much use for it. You checked off that you plan on installing soundproofing. Are you working with a sound engineer, or do you intend to work with a sound engineer?
Well, currently, the actual ceiling, we haven't been able to look at it yet. The ceiling is a tin type of ceiling, so we don't know what's behind it yet. We haven't gotten that far. As far as the basement, the landlord has redone the entire building. We are going to do some soundproofing in the basement. As far as the first floor, it's just a jukebox. And that is, we have a decibel meter, which we've always used. Like if there was ever a complaint, and I plan on using it. Just so we know we're definitely within range, because I don't want anybody complaining. But we are gonna look into some kind of soundproofing for the basement if we decide we do want to have a DJ or something down there. Otherwise, it's just going to be the same as upstairs, just the jukebox.
So the only thing I would add to that is, we've seen this often. Some of these old buildings, the sound travels very strangely, and it may not even be loud. You may have it at just the jukebox level, but the sound and we've had cases where it doesn't bother the person on the floor above you. It goes somewhere through some channel in a wall and ends up a person on the 3rd or 4th floor that is an issue. So I guess what I was just asking, would you be willing to agree to, we're not going to stipulate anything specific as far as what you have to do, but that you would install soundproofing to prevent any noise being audible in the neighboring apartments?
Yes, I will look into that. My husband usually does all the soundproofing stuff, so I will have him look into that 100%.
Would you agree to that as a stipulation?
The only thing is I don't know if that is going to be a problem, because like I said, we're trying to keep the original ceiling in the space, because it is a beautiful like copper tin ceiling. And if soundproofing has to go on it's going to ruin the entire look of the space, because we're trying to keep the original brick walls, the original ceiling. But if that's what needs to be done, then obviously we'll see what we can do, but it's going to completely change the entire character of the space. And we're trying to keep everything as original as possible.
I don't know if we need to presume problems from the location.
No, that's what I was saying. If there's a problem, would she be willing to sound? That's why I'm asking. I'm not saying she has to soundproof. I'm saying
no. If it's a problem, yes, we will do something. If it's a problem, 100%, yes, I will look. If it's a problem, I will.
Do anything, but if there's noise intruding into adjacent apartments because it wasn't anything with music or loud noise before, so if there's noise, you will be willing to address that with soundproofing?
Yes.
Okay, that's what it's asking. I'm not saying you have to right now. I'm saying if it's an issue and the neighboring above or beside or whatever the apartments are having problems, that you would be willing to soundproof.
Yes.
Okay, because I also, from hearing this before, tin ceilings are notoriously bad for soundproofing. Anyways, that's, again, I'm not an expert. I was just at, I would feel more comfortable with at least having that assurance from you.
Okay.
That was the main issue I had. Normally, I would be a little hesitant because this is an unlicensed location. However, the fact that you're surrendering the license from two other nearby locations, which at least one of them I'm confident, I agree with you that it won't be able to be licensed as a license at this point. So that makes me feel a little better. We're not adding another license. It's basically a wash. So that being said, I'm okay with this. Does anyone else have any questions, or are we ready to move to the stipulations? Okay. So this will be should I read it right? Yeah. I operate as a tavern with less than a full service kitchen serving food during all hours of operation. My hours of operation will be 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. I will close, well, you're not having outdoor dining, you're not having any outdoor open restaurants or anything, are you? Is that what you said?
In the backyard garden, no, we don't have access to the garden.
You don't have anything in the front on the sidewalk or in the street. You don't have it in the street, I know that.
We don't have it. Yeah, there's nothing in the street because it's the bus lane. But we were planning on putting just a couple little tables out front.
On the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave it as, I'm not gonna put you will not use outdoor space. I'm gonna say you will close all outdoor dining allowed under the open restaurants program and any other outdoor use by 10 p.m. and will not have speakers or TVs.
Okay, so the tables come in at 10 p.m. is what you're saying?
Tables come in at 10 p.m.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. You will, I know you already do, but you will employ a doorman and security personnel.
Yes.
And then I'm gonna say, under the soundproofing section, I will install soundproofing if, just word this correctly. I will install soundproofing if sound or noise is audible in the adjacent nearby apartments, in the surrounding apartments. Is that? I will install soundproofing if necessary to prevent noise to prevent audible noise in the surrounding apartments. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay. In your new space, do you have open windows? I think it's a closed. I think the diagram was a closed fixed facade, right?
Yes, and the back, we do have some windows in the back, but we don't plan on opening them. Actually, two of them are like almost in the bathroom, and they're being framed out. You know, we're going to close them up. So there's no open windows, none.
Okay. So I will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows except my entrance door, which will be closed by 10 p.m. or when amplified sound is playing, including DJs, live music, or any other live non-musical performances. And then you did say you're going to have DJs, but you said in the basement only.
Yes. If we do decide to have it occasionally, it would be in the basement.
Okay. So I will have DJs in the basement only. But no live music, no third-party promoted events, no event at which a cover fee is charged, no scheduled performances. And then you have not more than 10 DJs per month or more than 4 private parties per year.
Yes. That's correct.
And again, the DJ section includes DJs in the basement.
Yes.
Now, you had checked off, I will play ambient recorded background music only. The DJ is still going to be at background level.
Say that again?
You had checked off on the stipulations that you'll play ambient background music only. So the DJ, even in the basement, will still be at basically background level.
Yes, yeah, the DJ is because we don't want, there's going to be a staircase from the first floor to the basement. So we don't, the DJ will be at a normal level because we don't want it to overpower the jukebox on the first floor. So yes, yeah, it'll be at a totally normal level.
Okay. I will not participate in pub crawls or have party buses come to my establishment.
Yeah, no party buses.
I will not have any unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches with food.
Yeah, we don't do that.
We'll have a happy hour that ends by 8:00 p.m.
Yes.
You will post these stipulations, and residents may contact the manager at the number below to address any complaints immediately.
Yes.
Anything that's, she agrees, Frank, you're okay with that?
No, that's pretty much it.
Perfect. Okay. Then at this point, I think we're ready to go to a vote. We're voting on the stipulations as read. Sarah Bachu?
Yes.
David Crane?
Yes.
Jamie Felber?
Yep.
Amanda Lou?
Yes.
Mike Lavario? Yes. Clint Smeltzer? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good month.
Thank you.
Are you done with us tonight, Frank?
I am. Have a great night, guys.
You too.
Thank you.
San Marzano.
Did the applicants for San Marzano raise their hands?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening. My name is, do you want me to go?
Sure. Actually, I'm going to give a quick summary, and then you can correct me if there's anything that I have wrong.
Got it.
So, eBeer Corporation doing business at San Marzano is seeking an upgrade from a beer and wine license to a full on-premises liquor license located at 117 2nd Avenue between 6th and 7th Street. It's actually on the corner. This is an application for 74 people, 22 tables, and 62 seats, a bar with 8 seats, with 7 tables and 14 seats outside. The full kitchen serving Italian food during all hours, no television and ambient background music only. 24 full on-premise liquor license within 500 feet. They are currently doing business with the application at this location. They've been there since 2012. There have been no commercial 3-1 complaints at this location since 2018. We did not receive any emails or letters from any community members for or against. Don't have. Let's just check. Did you submit your petitions?
I believe my attorney did.
Okay, just give us 1 quick second. We're going to check. They're not uploaded to the website.
Then we're gonna get them.
Do you happen to have a copy of them?
The petition that was supposed to be sent to you?
Yes.
Yes, I believe I do.
Can you email those to us?
Sure.
We're gonna go on. But yes, just send them to SLA chair at cb3manhattan.org.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I might have spoken a little too soon. And let me locate it, please.
Okay. Do you want us to give you a minute and we'll move on to the next item and come back to you?
Sure. Yes. What do I give you the emailing address? Again, please.
It's just SLA chair at cb3manhattan.org.
Okay, you got it. Thank you very much.
So we're going to move on to the next item and we'll come back to you and hopefully you'll have them by then.
Okay, thank you.
So the next item is number 7, Allentown Trading Company. Or 8, I think I'm on 8, sorry. Allentown Trading Company is the applicant here.
Oh, yes.
So it's 8, Allentown Trading Company, 205 Christie Street. The applicant's here, please raise your hand. Yeah, Matt, you're the applicant for 205 Christie?
It's Joseph Levy. I'm here. Trying to figure out why we can't get the video working for you. Oh, there we go. Maybe we did it. Let's see.
It's only giving me the option to talk. I think they have to give us the allowance.
Well, we got everybody here. I don't know if it seems like the video is working. It's like you guys have to allow us to use it or something like that.
Yes, he said it sounds like everything's working.
No,
There's no.
yeah, I've promoted them to panelists, so if their videos are.
Okay.
All right, well, you guys remember what I look like, hopefully, so we can maybe do this audibly if that's okay with you.
That's fine. That's fine, right? We don't have to see them on video, right? Okay, that's fine, Joseph.
Sorry, so I mean, just to set the scene for you here, Joseph Levy here, Matthew Colton, who works for me, and then we've got Joseph Leonard and John Walder, the 2 principals of Allentown Trading Company.
Perfect. So I'm going to give a quick summary. This is Allentown Trading Company LLC is doing business as Rochelle's, is seeking an off-premise liquor license for the premises at 205 Christie Street between Bowery and Christie. I'm sorry. It's an application for a bar tavern with a capacity of 172 people, 11 tables and 60 seats with a 15-foot stand-up bar in the cellar and one 28-foot bar on the ground floor with 16 seats. They have less than a full-service kitchen serving full up food all hours. Its hours of operation will be 12 p.m. to 4 a.m. all days. They have music and live and recorded music, televisions. The music will be at background level only. There are 12 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously licensed with a full liquor license as Rochelle since 2012. The current application has never had a license before. We received 142 signatures from residents who live within 2 blocks of location in favor of this application. We received no other emails or anything from anyone else.
So this is the same business?
So I think it's a sale of assets.
So it's not the previous.
It's not the previous owner.
No, I don't think that's right. I think 205, the operators at 205 are trying to buy out the remaining owner.
Yeah.
So it is.
Yeah, so this is an asset sale, guys, and transfer of a liquor license. The gentlemen here have worked at this establishment for the last almost decade, and they are buying out the current owner of the space. The current owner of the space is also the former landlord. He's no longer the landlord either. So that particular individual, if this deal goes through, will no longer be involved in this property in either a landlord or an operational capacity.
So it's a sale of assets, but the applicant has been with the business since inception.
Correct. They've been with it for the last 10 years or so. They're running a pretty tight ship there. I think a tighter ship than the actual licensee principal had previously. And they're basically going to maintain Rochelle's and 205 Club as DBAs. They're going to run it more or less the same. They're just going to beef up the menu some, clean it up, and really take it over and put their own fingerprint on it. You mentioned the signatures, Clint. Thank you for that. There's also a letter in there from the lieutenant from the local precinct indicating it's a good business. There's also an email in there that indicates there have been 3 311 complaints since 2000. So I think by and large, they do a pretty good job of keeping things inside and running a responsible establishment.
When you say the precinct says it's a good business, who in the precinct said that?
I mean, I'm paraphrasing, Susan, but there's a letter in there from the lieutenant that you can read.
There's a letter in there.
I don't.
You wrote it down? You should have.
I don't actually see. I don't see that letter in the packet, Joseph.
Yeah, can
Okay.
you read it to us?
Yeah, I can send it to you via email. I can read it to you if you'd like now.
You signed it?
Yeah, we'll email it over to you. I can give you the broad strokes of it. It's from Lieutenant Daniel McKeefrey, and it was from July 12th.
Oh, wait, sorry, it was on the back page of one, sorry, you're right.
Special operations at the precinct.
Oh, so he's basically, I don't know how long he's been there, but the 5th precinct has visited that business over the last 15 years. I was going to ask the applicant to speak to the problems of the previous owner. Even during COVID, they had underground parties there. We had a lot of problems with the outdoor space. And unfortunately, Detective Chung, Vinny Chung, was the officer I always worked with there, is no longer at the precinct. But for the precinct to say that they didn't have problems there is not accurate. And I was hoping that the current applicant would speak to what he would do differently regarding problems.
Yeah, I mean, look, these guys are not operating any sort of outdoor area. I know there's an outdoor shed there in the street that's about half taken down at this point. It's going to be fully removed by the end of this week. They have no plans to operate any outdoor portion of this space in any way, so that'll take care of that issue. As far as COVID parties, were there parties there, guys, during COVID?
No, there was not. I'm not sure what you're speaking of. We would have gotten a ticket or summons on some level. There was nothing issued.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite understand that.
What he said was that he's not aware of any parties during COVID. They certainly would have gotten a ticket or summons or something, and they've gotten nothing. So is it possible it's another place, not them?
And the police were there, that, you know, it wasn't the SLA. The police were there and spoke to the owners, which is generally what they do, you know, over the years. So I just wanted to know how they were gonna be, dealing differently, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, look, what I can say is that they're looking to run, you know, tighter ship, but I think based on the history, at least the 9 or 10 years they've been there, they felt like it was run fairly well to begin with, but they're gonna tighten things up. They're gonna bring in their own team, because now they'll be in control, not just managers, but they'll actually be hiring people for security, an operations team, and so on and so forth.
Okay, is there anyone from the public here to speak on this? Yeah, we have a few people, so go ahead and start with Kay Webster.
Hi.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I just want to say, similar to any liquor establishment on Christie Street that aligns alongside the park, with a closing time of 4 a.m., I don't think is smart. We have had violence in this area, like clock every year, including this year, stabbings mostly. And I just, it's like when people open these spaces, I just wonder how aware the clientele is of what goes on here. I guess I didn't notice the public hotel being noted as one of the license areas in the nearby, which has also had a few issues with underage drinking and you know, guns found on some of their customers. So mostly that, you'll do what you do, but I just really question a 4 a.m. closing time. And this area has a great many K2 sales, as does the entire park. And again, we're trying to shift something in the park. I'm not faulting these particular operators, but we've also, you know, in this neighborhood, we're noticing a lot of mom and pop small businesses going under because landlords do find it better to rent to as liquor licenses. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Kay. Next we have, okay, so I think the one thing, we have one more person, Deborah. Go ahead. Deborah, go ahead. Looks like you unmuted yourself, but it seems like you may be having problems.
Still don't hear you.
Yeah.
Liz, you got your headphone, maybe?
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hi.
Hi, Deborah.
Okay, so sorry about that. I guess I had a question. I'm wondering, I noticed that the kitchen closes at 3, but they want to have hours until 4. I don't know, how does that work? So if there are people that are still drinking and they want to have food, I guess that's just a question. I don't know how it works. And I had one more comment. That, let's see, oopsie, sorry, I had my notes. This is, I've been doing other things, so I kind of lost track of time. It'll come to me, I'm sorry. There was one other point that I had and I don't remember it. So if I find it, I will chime in. I'm sorry. That was the question about the 3 a.m., but there was one other point that I wanted to make. Anyway, okay, sorry, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Explain it within the.
Yeah, that's it. The one thing that I was gonna, just in response to Deborah's question, the 1 hour within closing, we still say it's basically kitchen open serving food all hours. I think, Joseph, you've been around long enough to know it's, you're not having people come in at 3:45, and you're only at the prep kitchen. So if someone wants a bag of chips or whatever you have, that's generally kitchen open serving food all hours.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, look, we modeled what we asked for here off of the steps from the prior licensee, and they had to close their kitchen within an hour of closing. So that's what we went with. If you'd like us to make it so that there's some sort of modified menu so that there's always food available at all hours, of course, we're happy to stipulate to that.
The standard stip that we use, that it's just.
Which is fine. We're comfortable with it.
Fine with that, perfect. Okay, so that being said, no other members of the public, anyone from the committee have any questions?
Confirming they're not changing the hours of operation.
Yeah, your hours are the same, right?
Correct, ours are exactly the same.
Evening exactly the same, that's what I thought, yeah.
I know the operators of 205, Joe and John. They're always around the business. They're around the businesses more than I'm around mine. So I have a lot of time for them. So, when they operate. Is that?
Yes. That's just wondering, what are your plans for the future?
Well, they said they're taking it away. They said they're getting rid of the outdoor operation. Susan did confirm that you did get a violation from DOT for operating the open dining without a permit.
Yeah, these guys had no interest in even doing the open dining, and they couldn't take it down soon enough. So no outdoor dining.
Okay. Okay. They pretty much addressed all of my issues. I think, and also just to respond, I know Kay had some issues about it. This is an already existing license. They're not changing anything. They're just transferring it to different owners. So I feel like that makes me a little bit more comfortable with it.
So that's your no use of the outdoor space?
Yes. Yes, they already had to check off on their application. Anyone else on the committee, or we're ready to move to the resolution? Okay. I will read through the stipulations. Okay. I will operate a bar tavern with less. Lost my person. But sorry, I will operate a bar tavern with less than a full kitchen serving food during all hours of operation. My hours of operation would be 12 p.m. to 4 a.m. every day. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. I will employ doorman, security personnel, and I'm sorry, it was on the application, but it was written so tiny. You had a note at the end of that I couldn't quite read. At the end of your security personnel.
The note with respect to security?
Yes, it was a note. There was, I will employ security personnel. There was a note that was so tiny, I tried to enlarge and make up blurry, so.
Yeah, sorry. It basically mimics the exact language from the prior steps. It says we'll employ 2 to 4 security guards and or door people daily. We'll have no less than 1 security person for every 75 people per proposed regulations.
So it was 2 to 4 security guards daily and no less than 2 security guards for every 75 people?
1 security guard for every 75 people per the New York City guidelines.
Thank you, I'll add that in. We do have open windows, so I will close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. any night or when amplified sound is playing, including DJs, live music, live non-musical performances, televised sports.
Yep.
So you will have DJs, but you will not have live music, you won't have third-party promoted events, any event with a cover, performances, or more than, so you checked up the more than blank DJs per, but you didn't fill that number in.
Yeah, so the idea is there's no live music, there's no third-party promoters. There's DJs on a regular basis in the downstairs area. On the ground level, it's background recorded music always.
The DJs in the downstairs, in the basement.
Correct.
Without, we're not specifying a number. And then you also checked off more than blank private parties per year, but you did not fill in a number there as well.
It depends how we want to define private parties. Are we talking buyout or just something where someone's bringing 20 people?
No, we consider a private party as a buyout of the entire restaurant. If someone's bringing a birthday party for 20 people, one end of the bar, that doesn't count.
Less than 10 a year.
So just want to say 10 private parties per year?
That's fine. Yeah.
I will not apply for an alteration without coming to CB3. Will not participate in pub crawls, party buses. Will not have unlimited.
None of that.
Will not have unlimited drink specials or boozy brunches. Will have the hour, which will end at 6 p.m. Monday to Friday. Will not have wait lines. Will not have will not have a wait line. Will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering or crowds. Yep. Will post the stipulation, and residents may contact the manager if there's any complaints.
Correct.
Okay. And I guess we're gonna move to a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
David? Yep. Jamie? Yep. Amanda?
Yes.
Michael? Yes. Clint? Yes. Motion passes.
Thank you, guys.
Joseph, thank you, Matt.
Good night.
Okay. So, the applicant from 117 Second Avenue, San Roberto. Were you able to find the stipulations? Or, I'm sorry, the petitions?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Hi, yes, I emailed it to you. I found it.
Sorry. Give me 1 second.
I'm very sorry, by the way, about this.
Perfect. At least you had it sent to us. Normally, we would make you come back, but we'll just get through this.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So I think I had given the summary before we got the petition, and that's where we stopped. So while Amanda's gonna count petition signatures, do you have anything you want to say about your application?
Yes, that as you stated, we've been there for 11 years.
Before you go there, petition signatures in the file you sent.
The signatures from I'm very sorry. I don't have that for this. I thought that wasn't due today. I don't know what my attorney did. Sorry.
And the petition form is there, but it's blank.
Yeah, I don't believe we have the signatures ready for tonight.
Do you have any signatures?
I don't know. I know my manager was working on it. She went away. She couldn't get back in today because of all the weather related issues. So sorry, I apologize. She couldn't get back Friday because of the weather related issues, and we can't get in touch with her, and I don't know where she did it. So I could bring it in if you allow me.
I mean, the problem is, we're supposed to have them prior to the meeting, like last Friday, so. The fact
Fair
is-
enough. I don't know what to say. You're right.
Speak so people can hear us.
Yeah.
No, we're just deciding, you said it's an upgrade.
Still, it's public meeting.
Yeah. I think this is an upgrade.
It is an upgrade.
Okay.
It is.
Okay.
David, I believe we can hear an upgrade without positions, right? Yeah, I can tell you like what the rules are in terms of like what's actually
I
allowed.
don't know what our, two of us. There's no rules outside this committee's practice.
It's not an SLA requirement.
We have always.
We have always.
I don't know if there's a carve out for an upgrade, but we've always said like, you have positions, you have to withdraw them kind of next month. We've done it since I've been on the committee.
Okay. Do you know, did you get petition signatures?
I believe, yes, we have to. I believe so. I just, like I said, I can't get in touch with our manager. This is really embarrassing for me. I'm very sorry. I don't know what to say.
So we're trying to decide, normally we would make you come back.
I'd be happy to hand deliver it to your offices within the next day or two. I know.
At this point, your application is complete. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to resign. No, you're gonna have to withdraw. Sorry. You're going to have to withdraw and come back next month with a complete package.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
So.
Please email again. You can use the same 30-day notice, but email it again to the office for the August calendar, okay?
I'm sorry, Susan. Could you repeat it, please?
Yeah, you can use the same 30-day notice, but email it again to the office to get on the August calendar.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you very much.
San Marzano.
San Marzano.
Oh, this is San Marzano.
No,
Yeah,
San-
that's the upgrade.
What?
San Marzano, yeah.
Oh.
It's number 7. Okay. So our last item is number 9. I'm sorry, yeah, number 9, which is on 9th Street, 214 East 9th Street. Is the applicant here for 214 East 9th Street? Please raise your hand if you are the applicant for 214 East 9th Street. Oh, the name.
No, it's Max.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
So few people could bump them on the meeting.
But I do, we should write. The applicant, I don't think anyone's here.
After all.
Okay.
Well, we could let one, yeah, it's just set it up on waiting, just let them all in and say, if you're the person, then.
Yeah, but yeah.
I'm not the applicant, really. I'm gonna shoot them an email.
Wait. Yeah. Yeah, just promote them all.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've now promoted you. If you are the applicant for 214 East 9th Street, please unmute yourself and speak.
So how does one still?
3 times. Sure, it's a technical issue. Okay. At this point, it appears that the applicant is not here, which means we cannot consider this application.
It's not way wrong.
I mean,
It's late.
it's got like 2 minutes. And if he doesn't show up, it's a denial. We're not here, it's right.
No.
No. But it's not a withdrawal.
No, I would just say never here.
I thought we counted technically as a denial because we
And it
haven't,
hasn't happened in so many
it hasn't happened
years.
for a while. I thought that's, we have to do something on it, right?
Well, are you gonna let the people speak then? Are any of the
I mean,
residents here?
I assume these people that are still here might.
Like Jillian is here for this one.
There's a number of people and we just got a
That's
string
right.
out
Jillian,
with,
Yeah.
they just got a violation.
So what do we,
Work with our firm.
so,
Let them speak and then you can say what you say.
okay, well, that would give him a second if you email him and he shows up. So if you're here to speak for this item, please, I guess we've already promoted you, so go ahead and unmute yourself. And, well, let's not do this chaotically. I'm gonna pick Jillian Kahn. Please unmute yourself and.
Yeah, hi. I was actually going to have Andrew go first because he is the president of the board, and then I'll speak to my own experience after that, if that's okay.
That's fine. Is Andrew the UZIT?
Yes, I'm on.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Hey, to the CB3 SLA committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Andrew Pio, condo board president of the Royal Stuyvesant condominium at 214 East 9th Street, which is where the restaurant is located. The condominium is the owner of the building. The restaurant's application continues to have the wrong owner name listed. It should be Royal Stuyvesant Condominium instead of David Chu, which is Shiso's landlord. This was pointed out on April 17th and has not been corrected in the June or July applications. The following comments are on behalf of the residential board of managers of the building, other owners and residents in the building. This is the second time we've gone up to speak, and we've always tended to be towards the end of the evening. Again, the board cannot support the restaurant's application for a full liquor license out of concerns related to safety, quality of life, and noise within the building and neighborhood. For background and in general, the building would be supportive of the precedent of previous restaurants, which was a beer and wine license with hours from 11 p.m. for weeknights and midnight on weekends. At the April 17th meeting, we listed a number of general issues with the operator, mainly related to the construction work and renovations happening at the time. At that meeting, Shiso agreed to the terms of a beer and wine license with weeknight hours ending at 11 p.m. and weekends ending at midnight. However, the next day, two other board members, our building's general counsel, Shiso's landlord, and I received 2 emails. If there's capability to share a screen, I can share those, but basically the gist was the first one, sorry?
Just bring them photos. Oh, okay.
Sure, hold on, we can promote you to a co-host.
Yeah, I don't know that.
We've never allowed anyone else. to do
Yeah,
that in
and
the past.
doesn't he have 2 minutes?
Sorry.
I think there's a lot of
It's fine, I mean, I think at this point you can explain it, I don't know that we need to.
Yeah, sure. So the first email was an emotional message expressing the motion of the previous night's outcome. The email was factually wrong on several points. And I forward these to Susan so she can share this. Several minutes later, Max followed up with an email that memorialized an intent to be retaliatory. Hours of operation would now change. The board and residents were shocked to see another full liquor license, but now with hours until 2 a.m. on weeknights and 3 a.m. on weekends, as well as 5 private parties per month. The kitchen hours end at midnight, but the bar will be open for an additional 2 to 3 hours. In addition to not sorting out the ongoing construction issues, we have yet to receive licenses for the contractors employed for electrical, plumbing, and other work. We don't know whether the work was done safely. As you recall, the space received a partial stop work order from the DOB. That violation has an unpaid $2,500 penalty. Ahead of the June 12th meeting, residents in the building noticed that signatures on the petition showing support had signatures of a resident owner living in the building we discovered to be forged. Susan Stetzer was notified, and those individuals plan on speaking later, or their emails had been submitted to support that. On June 6th, we also received a notice from NNS Electric. This business intends to place a lien on the building because it had not been paid for $12,000 worth of work from Shiso. On June 16th, it appears that Shiso hosted a large event. I would have been able to show a time lapse or screenshot, but there's some pictures. There's a velvet rope, a doorman, and a crowd outside, a huge line of individuals. And this happened, they didn't go very late into the evening. It ended around 11 o'clock, but it definitely congested the streets and the sidewalk. That camera is from our security camera. Several residents in the building complained to the management company. I don't know if they reported that to 311 about the noise level from the restaurant. Beyond the neighborhood being very saturated with bars and full liquor licenses, we feel like this operator will not be responsible based on these examples and the unresolved issues the building has with the operator. So I believe one person, she's not able to join, but Jillian can speak after me. So those are the final comments. So thank you, everybody.
Hi.
Sure, Jillian.
Can I go ahead?
Yep, go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for your opportunity to speak on this. I did send an email about this, but I really wanted to show up in person to talk about my experience with this. I was not home, but my husband did answer the door when they brought the petition around. My signature was forged. My husband did not sign it because he didn't have the information to sign it, and also because he's not listed as the owner of the apartment, and so he chose not to sign it. I found out a couple of weeks later that my signature had been forged, and looking at the petition, you can kind of see there's a grouping of 3 or 4 signatures in a row that all have about the same handwriting. It's certainly not my signature. It's certainly not my handwriting. And I was really open to, even with the struggles that we've had with this person, I was really open to them getting the full liquor license. I don't want to ruin their business model, but considering this egregious behavior, it feels like they are not going to be considerate of the people who live in this building, and overall they've just been really kind of disrespectful in their communications with us. So I'm very concerned about how they will continue to behave toward other tenants in the building and in the neighborhood. So thank you for taking that into consideration.
Thank you. And we did receive your email about the same. So
awesome. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so I think I still see Lonnie is on a couple times, but Lonnie, did you want to speak or say anything? Okay, so that being said, the applicant still has not appeared. Susan did send him an email. I think at this point, I mean, I think in the past we had to deny him on. I think it has to be a denial for non-appearance. They can come back, but
I think you're right, it's been so long.
because we can't, otherwise they can go, if we don't act on it, they can go to the SLA.
Yeah.
So at this point, I would make a motion to deny based on non-appearance. Any discussion, any objections? Sarah? No, you're
objection.
but yes, this is my vote, sorry. So,
I didn't say I later asked.
So yes, I have a question. Call for votes. Sarah?
Can I?
Oh, hold on, Susan.
Yeah, if you're gonna write a resolution, you need to, I would put in a lot more than non-appearance.
Well, I think, I mean, but there's nothing.
Non-appearance, and you've heard.
Well, okay, yes. We can say,
Regarding, particularly regarding for signatures and holding events without the license.
because they can still take this and go to the SLA.
Yeah. We should start with the factual outline and then modify as necessary.
Well, and it'll just be all the whereas clauses, including the forged signatures, the issues with the condo board and.
It's great to do this without the applicant being able to speak to these.
But that's the problem, he's not here to speak, and he didn't withdraw. If we don't act on it, if we don't do something, we only have a 30-day notice. And if we don't make some decision, he can go to the SLA without us.
Jamie, I think we should write the resolution and the applicant should be notified they can come to full board. And
Yeah,
You can't do the full board, he can withdraw, and come back.
Withdraw.
Well, then if he withdraws, then that resolution isn't on the agenda for full board.
It'll be withdrawn.
It'll be withdrawn.
Withdraw first to be.
We've done all the time.
People do it sometimes.
Okay. So, we have to take some action on it. If we don't take action.
So this man has been fighting with me for 3 months. He's been trying to get on the agenda and not doing this simple package. He's lied to me, like he said, you require simple things like you require posting for 30 days. And, and then when he did post, he didn't put any date or any place for people to comment. It's just been problem after problem after problem. And I accommodated him, and I keep saying, I'll put you on next month, I'll put you on next month. He's mad again. First he was furious at me. Now, email he just sent was forwarded to me. And he's mad at the residents. And that's probably why I've sent him an email and we'll see if he answers.
I did also go through the petition signatures because he submitted 21 pages, but most of them are not valid. They're from the neighborhood, but not 2 blocks. A lot of cases. I think there's a lot of not a lot of knowledge of the process, and we did basically. Obviously, the work we've been doing offline. The last meeting, we gave a lot of feedback on how to improve.
And it does sound like Susan's been working with him for several months.
3 months.
About
3 months
this.
it took him for him to properly get on, because he also went, it was 12 o'clock.
It's changed drastically.
It was beer wine, it was full liquor.
So the resolution is going to read, the standard, they're doing business as Shisho, seeking a full on-premises liquor license with a capacity of 70 people, 15 tables, includes a bar with 16 seats, Japanese French tasting menu. That's just basics. And then there are 22 full liquor licenses within 500 feet. Losing my abilities to see down. So, the location has been licensed as Dumpling Lab for the Tavern Wine since 2021. It was previously licensed as Tavern Wine as Manny's, Asadero Grill, doing business as Varadero from 2016 to 2017. Whereas the applicant has previously been licensed for on-premises liquor at Moku, which is 183 2nd Avenue since 2023. There was one commercial brewery and complaint at this location, NYP action since 2020, but he wasn't operating there, so that doesn't really.
No, but it's.
Yeah. So there was 1, 2, 3 people.
Guys, sorry, there's one other resident in the building that wanted to speak. I know you kind of are moving forward, but he did want to speak. Amir Padar, I don't know if his raised hand showed up or if it's worth for him to speak at this point.
We actually, well, I will say, we do have the email that he sent, and that has been forwarded around, and I think the committee has read that, so at this point, I mean, not to cut him off, but I just think we have what we need.
Okay, and it sounds like you have all the other supporting emails from other residents in the building that we didn't speak to.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And I did have a count, which I jotted down. I'll do the count. I'll fill in the count in the emails, so I'm just gonna leave that.
I have it.
Oh, yeah.
I have an update.
How many would? Oh, maybe, you said you an updated
I
one.
sent you one. Did you get more?
Oh, that's the one that you sent to Sarah and I, or to me.
Yes. Yeah, I sent an updated one to Amanda.
I don't have it. I'll add it. I'll look at what you sent and use that. It's final resolution.
Yeah, I counted.
She has petitions.
I counted.
No, that's what I just asked it.
Yeah, I think it's
But no, I don't, to talk about those things and something that's like denial.
Yeah, so what we're adding out of our standard resolution, or standard whereas clauses, is whereas the applicant failed to appear at the July 17th meeting, and did not withdraw his application, therefore, we need another whereas clause that.
Did you say anything about residents reporting their signatures?
I'll put that as one of the previous ones under the.
Here is currently doing applicant received a violation.
So you're writing this down because you're
Yes.
gonna edit it, not.
Yes.
You want me to- okay.
I got it.
I can't hear Susan.
Yeah, no, I have it. Okay, and whereas. Okay, and whereas, should we include this, the DOB, do we need to?
Yeah, absolutely.
The applicant also received
Received a violation.
DOB violation on March 21st. For March 21st.
It's still out there.
Okay,
Unpermitted.
okay, and then therefore be resolved, it's a denial, we don't need the stipulations because it's flat out denial. Okay, everyone agree with that? Any others, additions? Okay, I'm gonna move this to a vote. Sarah?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Jamie?
Yes.
Amanda?
Yes.
Michael? Yes. Clint, yes. Jesse? Okay. Motion passes. It is denied for non-appearance. Thank you, everyone that came to speak for this item. Apologies, or maybe not apologies, that you did not show up. There is the opportunity for him to possibly withdraw before the full board meeting. At that case, it may be on the agenda again, so please watch the community board calendar. And I think that is everything for the items. We have one last item, which hopefully will not take too long. Did everyone get a chance to look at the distribution statement? This afternoon?
I did. Anywhere to table this.
I have one question about the needs assessment. Susan, I know last year you worked with Carlina's office to do the shed assessment, and I saw this briefly mentioned. What are numbers around the sheds that have been pulled down that weren't being used? Oh, you don't do it. Okay. I was just curious.
Said no comment, it was just about format.
You said that, oh, yeah, I'll fix that. I did address that in the comment because you said that it was this afternoon, but.
So I have a few tiny little comments.
Sure.
Which I actually have here. Where you say shut down in March of 2023, it's really March of 2020. That's the first line.
Oh, sorry.
And then I'll give this to you. It has the track changes.
Okay.
Then where it has CD3 has the highest number of noise complaints, it should be in Manhattan. And among the
Not in
top,
the city, it's
not in Manhattan, and among the top few in the city. And then we'll cite the open data for that. And the second last line of that paragraph where there seems to be little, I put in needed coordination between the agencies. I just put in the word needed. What?
needed.
I forgot, there was a little sentence that was trailed off.
Yeah, so there seems to be a little needed coordination between them. And one more thing, on the next page, right above open restaurants, the CD3 needs coordinated, effective oversight and education and management from city and state agencies may add it in coordination. Here. That's all.
Oh, you already. I do have the comments which are in the email, so I'll deliver this simple percentage. Okay.
Pardon?
Not picking it around.
So we vote in October.
Okay. So, yeah, if you think about it and have it changed. Yeah, can I?
Sure. You should do it now.
Wordsmithing, oh, no, I mean.
Oh, you just wordsmithing. Yeah. Still, yeah.
Okay.
But if we could send that in, because we're really putting everything together.
So we compile it in one document with all of the other committees, so it's.
Yeah, if it's not substance, yes.
Okay. That being said, I think that's everything. Roll call for the final adjournment. Sarah?
Yes.
Jamie? David Craig, sorry.
Yep.
Jamie? Yep. Amanda?
Yes.
Michael? Yes. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Barbara, thanks.
Thank you.
Good job.